This is Post 41 Evanston Outlaw Baseball on MyLocalRadio.com and on the air at KNYN 99.1 FM, The Big Dog. Evanston Outlaw Baseball is brought to you by Auto Farm Chevrolet, Bear River Dental, The Best Western, Dunbar Inn and Legal Tender Restaurant, Elling Ford Brothers, Evanston Regional Hospital, Freeway Tire, Hoover Chiropractic, Dr. McKay Frankum, Mountain West Business Solutions, Plains Tire, Rocky Mountain Sign, T-Bar Body Shop, Trona Valley Federal Credit Union, the Come On In Casper, Uintah County School District Number 1, West Star Printing, and by Rocky Mountain Yeti. Now, Outlaw fans, let's head to the diamond for today's game.
Good afternoon, Outlaw fans, and welcome to Casper, Wyoming. We're right here at Lansing Field for today's matchup between the Outlaws and the team from Casper. We're going to have a pregame show before we get this one started. We'll hear from both managers all before the first pitch in about 10 minutes or so, give or take, as both managers are having a conference with the umpires at home plate. So don't go anywhere. We're just getting started things here.
Wyoming is unique. When it comes to high school sports, we might travel 6 hours to a game, but when we get there, we know the other team, their parents, and the coaches. Wyoming is like one small town with really long streets. When your travels take you to Evanston, always stay with your friends at the Best Western Dunbar Inn. Clean, comfortable rooms, a restaurant serving healthy, delicious food, and breakfast is always included. If you're bringing the team or following the team, stay with us every time you're in Evanston. The Best Western Dunbar Inn.
Gee, Tommy, you look amazing. Did you try something different with your enamel?
No way. I wouldn't do anything to alter these pearly whites, but I did see Dr. McKay Frankum, who told me if I didn't floss, I could miss up 35% of food particles.
Really? He told you that?
Yep, and you know what? He's 100% right. I started flossing, and now I look better than ever.
Wow, I want to see Dr. McKay Frankum.
Well, give him a call. 307-789-8910. Easy to remember, right?
That's super easy. Dr. McKay Frankum at 307-789-8910. I'll call today.
Welcome back to Lansing Field for today's matchup between the Outlaws and the Oilers. Evanston went 1-1 in their opening day yesterday. They were able to take down the Laramie Rangers, but came up a few runs short against the 406 Flyers out of Montana. Meanwhile, for Casper, they've been playing some good ball as of late. One of the top 5 teams in the 307 Wyoming podcast coaches poll and media poll, so they're going to be a tough out for the Outlaws as they get ready to clash against another Wyoming foe. Before we get things started with this matchup, we're going to have a interview air with the manager for Casper, and then it's going to be the Outlaws manager, Chad Thompson. All that coming up right after this.
The big difference that sets Freeway Tire apart from other tire stores is the fact that we care. We care about the customer service we provide, we care about selling quality products at fair prices, and we care about your vehicle. So when you're looking for tires or having work done on your vehicle, everything from maintenance to major repairs, make sure you take it to the company that really cares, Freeway Tires, on Bear River Drive in Evanston. Stop in today or schedule an appointment with us online at freewaytires.com.
There's a reason Rocky Mountain Yeti is Southwest Wyoming's #1 dealer. Come in and see what all the buzz is about. Voted Best of Evanston by you. Best of Evanston in new car sales, used car sales, and Best of Evanston in service. We have the best selection of inventory in town, paired with our legendary 20-year, 200,000-mile warranty. Come see us today at one of our 2 locations, 100 Wasatch Road or Yeti on 3rd next to Walmart. Let us help get you on your next adventure today. Rocky Mountain Yeti, legend driven.
Nothing makes your kid feel like a superstar more than seeing his or her very own Fathead in the stands. Fathead car decals and yard signs are inexpensive and easy to get at Rocky Mountain Sign in Evanston. Whether it's for the big game or to cheer on the high school band, our children make us proud in so many ways. Show your pride today. Go Red Devils! West Star Printing and Rocky Mountain Sign, 243 7th Street, Evanston.
Here with Gillette Rough Riders manager Nate Perlyberg. Coach Perlyberg, you guys are consistently one of the top teams in the state at the AA level. What is it about the town of Gillette that produce such high-quality ball players and young men? Here with Evanston Outlaw manager Chad Thompson. Coach Thompson, you guys will play day 2 of this round robin in Casper, and it's going to be a fun day of high-quality competition. Of course, you have the Casper Oilers first, and then you're going to wrap it up against Gillette. 2 teams that this is not the last we're going to see of any of them. How excited are you to kind of get a chance to kind of see these games as a measuring stick for you and your squad this early in the season?
We're definitely excited to get back on the field for this season. The Casper Oilers will be a much improved team from last year. They lost some players last year that hurt them with their depth for sure. But the guys they're bringing in, I'm assuming from the A program last year, we've seen before, and they're a solid team. And then to roll in and get to see Gillette, which over the past decade or so has been right up there at the top with the Cheyennes. That's the competition you want to see to gauge where you're at, and we're raring to go.
And, of course, Nate Perlyberg always puts out a great team on the diamond. You guys opened up the season against them last year, and kind of seeing that high-quality opponent kind of set the stage for what we would see in 2020 with you guys having such a successful season.
Had to cut that one short because we are getting ready to go here. Leading off for the Outlaws is Talon Critchfield, and we're going to give you the starting lineup in a moment, but the Casper Oilers are the designated home team, so they will be in the field first, and it is the left fielder for Evanston leading things off. Critchfield led off yesterday, and with that silky long blonde hair steps into the batter's box for the first pitch between the Outlaws and the Oilers. And the first one is in for a strike. Let's talk about that starting lineup now. For the Outlaws, they're going to start in order. Leadoff man Critchfield. Batting second is Ashton Eldridge. Third is Jagger Mitchell. Mitchell's at short as this one is roped into right field. Shallow, and it's dealt with ease by Brayton Barr. So one down for the Outlaws. Hitting cleanup is the pitcher Clayton Moyles. Batting fifth is the first baseman Gus Allred. Doing the catching duties and batting seventh is Hank Allred. And in the eighth spot, it is the second baseman Ryan Baldwin. Batting eighth, is seventh is Ryan Baldwin. 8 is Derek McDonald, and 9-hole hitter is Jaden Schneider. As the first pitch to Eldridge is inside for a ball. Joined now by Elan Olive. Elan, great to be here with you as we get the third game of the season underway.
Absolutely, and it'll be a good one as the Outlaws are getting ready to take on a team from the West. This is the team that Evanston is going to be competing with very heavily to start the season.
Yeah, this will not be the first time the Outlaws and the Oilers clash. And a big cut right there is a swing and a miss, 1-2.
Beckham Stowe, the right-hander on the bump for the Casper Oilers.
Yeah, let's talk about the defense here. Beckham Stowe is indeed on the mound for the Oilers. Wilcox mans left field. Patrolling center field is Morgan Pickett. Lane Peterson's out in right. You've got Shane Taggart at third base. Grant Nipper is at short. Barr plays second. And Houston's manning that first base bag with Cole Douglas doing the catching duties and making up for half of the battery for the Oilers.
This is only the second start and second appearance for Stowe. His first time he went 2 innings, 2 hits, allowed 2 runs. They were both earned, 2 strikeouts, and a walk. No decision on that one as we're in a full count.
Yeah, payoff pitch coming up with no one on and 1 out. It's Ashton Eldridge who pitched yesterday, started the game against the 406 Flyers, had a good outing, and this one is softly hit to first. It's going to be problematic for Barr, able to make the play in time.
You know, that was a good job by Barr to keep his head, gather the ball, and hit it over to first over at Houston.
Heads up play by Stowe as a pitcher. Sometimes early in the season, you can kind of forget when that ball's hit and play, you've got some responsibilities and you've really got to move around the diamond. Still able to get to first base in time and help out his first baseman, Houston. Batting now for the Outlaws, it is shortstop Jagger Mitchell. Jagger will talk about what he was able to do yesterday, but first the first pitch he'll see is low and away for a ball. Mitchell was one of the candidates for the Dr. McKay Frankham Precision Play of the Game yesterday. Had a big double RBI. Helped fuel that attempt of a comeback against the Flyers. Outlaws would eventually get the bats going in that one. They fell back early, 6-1 against the 406 Flyers, which 2 innings, but they would make it a 1-run game for majority of the rest of it. As this one is low and for a ball, brings the count up to 3-0. Outlaws searching for that first base runner, but early here in the top of the first. And there's strike number 1 for Stowe.
Weather right now, it's 53 degrees, cloudy, only 11-mile-per-hour winds. And it looks like the rain may hold off for the rest of the game, for the rest of the day. So that's good news for the Evanston Outlaws.
Yeah, indeed, because it may say 54, but I think it's one of those warmer 54s than colder 54s. If that's a thing, we got some jackets and blankets, but it's not shivering out there. That's definitely important because cold baseball is tough sometimes. When that ball comes off the bat and hits your glove. Payoff pitch. This one is looped into right field. That's a base hit. Mitchell rounding first, chugging all the way to second, and he has a stand-up double.
Heck of a start for Jagger Mitchell as he will start the game off with the base hit. I believe that's the first time this year that he's done that. Yeah, so a good start for Mitchell, and that'll help Evanston kind of get something going a little bit early in this one.
So a 2-out double for the Outlaws puts a runner in scoring position for the cleanup hitter, Clayton Moyles. He's going to be pitching today, and that's always an exciting sight for the lefty.
Batting .571 to start out the season. 3 for 3 in the game against Laramie.
Stowe checks in on the runner, now goes home, and it's out for a ball. 1-0 the count now for Clayton Moyles.
3 RBIs for Moyles.
Yeah, Moyles went 3 for 3 in the first game of the season. I mean, can't really get a better start than that. Moyles issuing a hand to his second baseman, to his runner at second, Jagger Mitchell, not to proceed to third.
That was a great heads-up play there by Moyles to let him know because the ball did get past catcher Cole Douglas, but it did not get far enough away that Mitchell really had anything to go with.
Outlaws have 2 to play today. This one against Casper and later on against the Gillette Rough Riders. So they're going to get a lot of Wyoming testing, right? 3 out of the 4 games against teams in the AA region of Wyoming. Just 1 out-of-state team in the 406 Flyers, as this one is sent foul. There's 2 outs, and Mitchell's at second after a double in the last at-bat.
Beautifully roped into right field for that one.
Yeah, I mean, kind of pinpoint accuracy, right? Put it right between the right fielder and the center fielder. wasn't, going to go to the wall or strongly hit, as this one is roped into second as well. Mitchell's rounding third. He's going home, and the ball and the play is not in time.
Easy score for Mitchell with that speed. As soon as it landed in center field, that was an easy situation for the Outlaws.
So Moyles collects an RBI, and the Outlaws lead it 1-0 in the top of the first inning. Beckham Stowe is having a conference with the second baseman, Barr.
Stowe had such a strong start, getting Critchfield to fly out, Eldridge to ground out. But now you've got Moyles and Mitchell and Moyles who have taken advantage.
Batting now for the Outlaws is first baseman Gus Allred, the lefty. And the first pitch is low and for a ball. Early in the season, and baseball is a sport where, you can't demand perfection game in and game out. You just play too many games. There's going to be bad innings and bad days. But I think something that I look to see for a team early in the season is, can all assets of the game get going? Can you get strong pitching here, some strong hitting, situational hitting, fielding? And we've seen a little bit of every aspect of that so far.
Yeah, and you just saw it now. Allred laid down to show a bunt, then pulled back for a strike.
We saw Gus Allred batting right now tossed 9 strikeouts in 5 innings in his debut yesterday. We've seen some phenomenal fielding. Specifically, Jaden Schneider at shortstop has made some outstanding plays along with Jagger Mitchell. And we've also seen some situational hitting, right? You just saw 2 outs, runner in scoring position, and Clayton Moyles comes through with an RBI single.
Yeah, and Evanston, if they can continue this type of momentum throughout the season, they're going to be one of those teams where if they can get a head full of steam early, they're going to start barreling through people.
Gus Allred yesterday went 1 for 2 with a double in the second game against the Flyers, and then 0 for 3 in the first one. So looking for that second base hit of the season, but he's going to get rung up with a strikeout looking. So the Outlaws, they strike first. They lead it 1-0 as we move into the bottom of the first.
The best place to stay when you're in Casper, Wyoming is the Come On In Hotel and Suites. This beautiful log hotel offers 5 hot tubs, 1 pool, a fitness center, and fabulous indoor atrium. Offering jacuzzi and fireplace suites, the guest rooms are comfortable and relaxing. Plus, every stay includes a delicious extended continental breakfast. Whenever you're in Casper, stay at the best place. Come On In Hotel and Suites. Come on in today. Come On In Hotel and Suites, Casper.
As one of the region's most visited websites, MyLocalRadio.com is here to serve you. Catch up on local and regional news and information. Buy, sell, or trade your good used items on the radio classifieds. Check the weather forecast or catch our live coverage of your high school teams in action, all on MyLocalRadio.com. Like us on Facebook so you never miss a giveaway, and visit MyLocalRadio.com today to stream it all live.
Bottom of the first inning, and here come the bats from the Oilers. Casper will get their shot at scoring now for the first time, and let's run through the lineup for the Oilers. Leading off for them is second baseman Braden Barr. Batting second, center fielder Morgan Pickett. Hitting third is the catcher Cole Douglas. Cleanup hitter is the center fielder Caden Wilcox. Then batting fifth is shortstop Grant Nipper. Batting seventh and manning third base, Shane Taggart. The DH batting seventh is Davis Knight. Hitting eighth and manning first base is Maddox Houston. And rounding up the order is the right fielder Lane Peterson. Elan, give us the defense for the Outlaws, please.
For Evanston, you've got Talon Critchfield in left, Jaden Schneider in center, Derek McDonald will start in right field. Infield featuring Gus Allred at first, Ryan Baldwin at second. Jagger Mitchell will play short, Ashton Eldridge mans the hot corner in a battery featuring Hank Allred catching Clayton Moyles.
And Clayton Moyles is a lefty that I know Outlaw fans have been excited to see and have been waiting for. He's one of the top starters on this team. The lefty has an ability to make life difficult for opposing hitters, doesn't he, Elan?
And he's a very situational, high-pressure hitter. Last year, he would walk a few batters before he'd get going, but he would get out of these jams constantly, and that is exactly it's a great thing to have, but if you can get to work early if you're Clayton Moyles, then you're going to be a dominant pitcher in 2021.
And one thing that we noticed when, at least myself, we talked to him after the 406 Flyers game yesterday in our post-game show, and that kid is as cool as they come, right? I mean, he does not take, from what we gathered, things very seriously. He can, relax and just enjoy playing the great game of baseball.
And of the 4 games, this one is probably the one that they really want to have the best showing in, because this is a team that they're going to have to face at 4 times in conference play. And a lot of the people think it's going to be a battle between Evanston, Jackson, and this Casper team for the West.
Outlaws won the West last season, looking to keep that title going as the second pitch is also outside for a ball. First time he's on the mound all season, you can expect some pitchers to maybe take an inning or two or just a couple batters to get back into a rhythm. And talk about rhythm, there's a beautiful strike right down the middle to get the first strike on the board.
Braden Barr is batting .667. Small sample sizes. They've only played 6 games, but that's still 4 more than Evanston.
Yeah, it gives this one a good cut, and it's fouled back for the second strike to even out the count at 2-2.
Clayton Moyles is the type of pitcher that if he goes out there with a lead on the road, he's going to get a lot more confident, and that'll just grow from really just from the start.
2-2 is in the dirt for a ball. We're going to have a payoff pitch looming ahead. Scoreboard's not working right now. Just notice that. We'll keep you guys updated right here. It's a 1-0 Outlaw lead in the home first. This one is sharply hit, but slicing foul. Braden Barr, the second baseman. Definitely walks into that batter's box and really shows his size and frame. Here comes the 3-2. And it's ball 4. Take your base for Braden.
Center fielder, number 3, Morgan Pickett.
Yeah, that's something we talked about with a couple of the Outlaw coaches and manager Chad Thompson before this one, that Moyles sometimes can take a little while to get into the swing of things and maybe walk a couple early batters, but that lefty pitcher is as good as they come. Morgan Pickett, the lefty, steps into the batter's box.
One thing we saw a lot of with Clayton Moyles is, he'd walk that first one, but he'd get people to ground into double plays, and Jagger Mitchell is definitely looking for that.
Whoa. Moyles loses his footing on the release.
That's always very scary.
And the umpire is going to walk in here, I think making sure he's okay, but also on the rule side of things, good thing you threw that pitch because it would have been a balk.
Mm-hmm.
That would have advanced the runner to second.
That was actually very creative heads-up baseball there.
Now the 1-0 is chopped foul.
Pickett comes in batting .417 on the infant season.
Yeah, still early, May 2nd. Outlaws were the last AA team to get the party started this season, but so far 1-1 as this one misses inside for a ball, making it a 2-1 count.
They may have been the last team to get started, but the way they played against Laramie and 406, they look like a team that that's been ready to go for a while.
Yeah, they definitely did not look like they were sluggish or needed some time to kind of get their feet back. Runner goes.
Got him.
I think they got him. Indeed they do.
What a play by Hank Allred. Wow.
Allred cuts down Barr, trying to steal second. Mitchell coming in from shortstop to help make the play, and the Outlaws just like that, erase a problem with a runner on after a walk for the first batter.
We had that on instant replay. We're going to show that again, but wow, that was impressive. Here, look at this. Look at this, Matthew. Just let's show it again. Just absolute heads-up play by Hank Allred to just see the runner going.
Excellent play indeed by Allred, and that's something that at this level is not an easy thing to do, especially, I mean, at this level, but any level, to cut down runners trying to steal second. A lot of things have to go right. You got to get the throw off in time. It's got to be at a good placement, and then you need the shortstop or second baseman to do their job, and Moyles lost control and hits Cole Douglas.
28, Cole Douglas.
So that'll put a runner on first with one down. So Pickett gets hit.
That's always the fun part when a runner gets caught stealing. You kind of forget, well, we still got this batter right here.
Yeah.
We got an out, but he's still batting, right? We got to still deal with him as Cole Douglas, the catcher, steps into the batter's box.
You know, pitching, people talk about power pitching and pitching for strikeouts. That's not Moyles. He's a pitch for contact type of guy. He gets guys out very multiple ways, in a varied ways, you know. And that's one of those situations we saw. But, man, that throw from Hank Allred was right on the money.
Right. I mean, there's a couple ways you can approach the game as a pitcher. You can try and pitch for strikeouts, but that usually involves throwing a lot of strikes, and that could lead to hits. Well, you can pitch for contact and trying to pitch for tough spots to hit that don't come off the barrel right, and you get ground outs and pop outs. As that one is low for a ball, 1-0 the count to Cole Douglas. What can you tell us about Cole Douglas?
Cole Douglas
Elan?
comes in with a .615 average, so a hot start to the 2021 season for the backstop of the Casper Oilers. Let's keep in mind, this is a Casper Oilers program that won a state title 2 years ago. Oh,
I think they got him. Yeah.
Wow. And again on the base paths, Evanston looked deadly.
Oh, he's staying on first.
Oh, are they arguing?
There he goes.
There he
okay.
goes, yep.
I was a little confused. Morgan Pickett, I think, was hoping maybe he would just blend in. I think they got him by a country mile.
Look at that move. Like, you know how hard it is to dial that move in to where you have to, because the way he lifts that foot forward, if that moves a little bit to the left or a little bit to the right, that could be called a balk. But that was a great move by Clayton Moyles.
So, like you talked about, Moyles maybe lets up some walks and hit by pitches, but himself and the defense are able to work around it, as both runners at first have either been picked off or caught stealing.
Wow.
Here comes the 3-0. And in for a strike. Just kisses that top inside corner. Cole Douglas once again still batting, though. He's just standing there watching his man get cut down at first.
Man.
Could be a little intimidating going, do I really want to get on? This one, he gives a long ride, but it's going to turn foul down left field line.
Critchfield with a lot of room to work with in that bullpen area, but doesn't quite get there.
Well hit by Douglas. Just couldn't straighten out the barrel.
So now, after going down 3-0, it's a full count. Let's see if Moyles can get that elusive strikeout right now. Jagger Mitchell at short.
Payoff pitch is up for a ball. So 3 straight batters reach. Moyles walks 2 and hits 1, but none have gotten past first base. Caden Wilcox, the center fielder, now up to bat. Moyles looks at going first and then goes home for a ball.
If you notice, Moyles is kind of employing that new school leg kick. Every once in a while, he'll hold it, he'll raise it, kind of mess with the timing of the hitter and the runners. Like you just saw, he raised very, very slowly. Let's see what he does here. Just takes a step forward.
And kind of lost control. That one gets away from Allred. Hank chases after it. And the first baseman, Gus Allred, scoops it up, and the runner advances to second.
So we had a slow raise the pitch before. He just stepped forward on that pitch. We'll see it, and you'll see multiple looks. He'll even do that one where he holds it for a while and then goes forward.
Yeah, that last one, it looked like he never really got set, and it came out a little awkward because that was a delivery we hadn't seen. He sort of rushed it, and then you see the consequence of it. A wild pitch moves the runner to second.
But that's what I'm talking about. Clayton Moyles is one of those guys who just that's how he operates. He does he varies up his approach. So watch what he does here.
Gets the sign from his catcher, Hank Allred. Checks out the runner at second, now goes home, and a swing and a miss.
Had some speed on that one.
Caden Wilcox, we got any numbers on him?
Caden Wilcox coming in batting .600 for the season.
Strong start, but you got to love the small sample size early baseball, right? Here's a grounded to short, gets through the glove of Mitchell. Charging home is Douglas. He's going to score, and the game is tied. Now they're trying to get the runner at first, and they got him.
They did.
Indeed. So an RBI single for Caden Wilcox, and 3 down, but the Oilers respond to tie the game at 1. We'll go to the top of the second right after this.
When you're looking for one location that is centrally located in Wyoming to host a business meeting or corporate retreat, always consider the Come On In Hotel and Suites in Casper first. With meeting rooms and amenities that everyone can enjoy at the Come On In is the best place to host events. The rustic decor, fireplaces, jacuzzis, pool, and large indoor atrium will make your event memorable. Call today and find out the ways we can help make your event a success. Come On In Hotel and Suites in Casper. Call 307-472-6300.
The importance of saving and learning how to use money wisely can be taught from a very young age. At Trona Valley Federal Credit Union, we offer youth accounts to help kids learn to save, borrow, and spend responsibly. Our youth accounts are special, just like the kids in our community. Check out our See You Grow, See You Learn, and See You Prosper accounts for kids 0 to 18. These accounts are great to start managing finances. Open a youth account today for $1. TronaValley.com, member NCUA.
Top of the second inning, the Outlaws and the Oilers are knotted up at 1 apiece after a pair of runs in the first inning for both sides. And now it's going to be the Outlaws' turn to bat once again. We flip our scorecard over, and Hank Allred will lead things off.
And Hank comes in with a .333 average. He really kind of started going a little bit in that game against the 406 Flyers.
Allred doing the catching duties, and he's going to bat 6. On deck is Ryan Baldwin, and in the hole is Derek McDonald. And McDonald came into pitch yesterday, which I think was the purpose of why he was called in, but he ended up doing some damage with the bat in his hand, too. Hit a double, which I think may have earned him a spot in the starting lineup today.
Yeah, and I mean, if you need to get batter hits here if you're Evanston, and if he can ignite this lineup, that'll help.
Beckham Stowe returns to the mound for a second inning of work. And here comes the catcher, Hank Allred. Outlaws, I like the uniform choice, you know. Blue tops, white bottoms, good-looking socks, post 41 across the chest. And number 7 steps into the batter's box, a righty versus righty matchup.
So I just looked it up. That run that Moyles gave up, is an unearned run. Even though it was Douglas drew the walk to get there, it was an error that scored him.
Yep.
So that is an unearned run against Moyles.
Right, because the inning should have been over with the throw from the shortstop to the first baseman. So that's kind of the interesting thing about earned and unearned runs.
Yeah.
If an error continues an inning, as Allred swings and misses. I mean, let's just say no run even scored there.
Yeah.
But if the guy got on after an error and the next batter walks up and hits a home run, neither one of those runs are earned because the error should have ended the inning. This one is chopped up the middle. Barr running in to get it and throws it across to first to record the out.
Nice play there by Barr to gather it up and just take his time with it.
Yeah, I think it's tough sometimes for second basemen to move from left to right, start making their way towards second base. Shortstop, you're kind of expecting it a little bit more, but second baseman to immediately go to the right, I don't know. I just don't think that's as natural as it is to go to the left. Because you got to go to the right and then you got to throw across your body. As the first pitch to Ryan Baldwin is away for a ball. Second baseman batting for the first time today in the number 7 spot of the lineup.
He was number 8 on most of the night last night, but his on-base percentage earned him a spot up there as he was very, very effective getting on base, especially in that first game against Laramie.
Yeah, we joked that somewhere Billy Bean is smiling because you're getting on, right? We don't care how you're doing it. He's walking. And this one is away for a ball. 2-1 the count. 1 down and no one on the top of the second. Stowe gets set.
Nice little hack from Ryan. Swing and a miss, though.
2-2 as Derek McDonald stands on deck looking onwards with 1 down. That one in the dirt, and we got a payoff pitch coming up.
If you can get Ryan Baldwin on and Derek McDonald laces another extra base hit, that would be huge for the Outlaws to try to get this lead back.
Still early here on the top of the second. And strikeout looking for Baldwin. Backwards K, that's the second strikeout for Beckham Stowe. Both have been strikeout looking, called strikes. So that sends up Derek McDonald with 2 outs and nobody on.
Small sample size. He's 1 for 1 in the season with
small
that double.
Sample. It's as small as it gets.
Microscopic.
Yeah. As he swings and misses to the first offering.
Another strong swing for him. He's going to be one of those guys where if he connects, he's sending laser beams out there.
Here comes the 0-1 pitch. 0-2. One thing I always wonder about, early baseball, and Elan, maybe you can answer this. When do you think is a good point to no longer use the stats from last season and start talking about this season?
I think once you hit 20 at-bats.
You think 20 is the number?
I think 20 is the number.
Because I always find it interesting when you watch Major League Baseball or early college baseball, they're going to use, here's the 2020 batting, but at some point they turn it over.
For Major League, I think you use the first, after the first month.
You give it a whole month.
I think you give it a whole month because then you have a real sustained size. With this, where we're only playing 90 days,
right.
I think 20 at-bats is probably, it gives you an idea of where things are going.
I agree. The 1-2. Upstairs for a ball, levels the count out. I would agree with 20 for the American Legion baseball schedule. A swing and a miss.
High heat.
Stowe fans 2, and they go 1-2-3. We move to the bottom of the second, still tied at 1.
America keeps moving, and Auto Farm Chevrolet is here to help you keep rolling. Whether you need a brand new vehicle or service on one you already own, Auto Farm Chevrolet is here to lend a helping hand. Our certified mechanics are knowledgeable, and our sales team takes the time to get to know you and what your needs are. Stop in today, Auto Farm Chevrolet, 624 Front Street, Evanston. Evanston's community-driven dealer.
When your vehicle needs new tires, any tire store can get you back on the road. But only Plains Tire can get you rolling again with the peace of mind that you were treated well, paid a fair price, and that you'll be taken care of for the life of the tire. At Plains Tire, trained tire technicians mount and expertly balance your new tires, replace the valve stems, and hand check each lug nut to make sure it's all tight and secure. Plus, you'll get lifetime alignment checks and tire rotations only at Plains Tire, 157 Bear River Drive, Evanston. Visit plainstire.com.
Top of the bottom of the second inning. And the home Oilers coming up to the plate. See, the scoreboard here, ELAN, puts a 0 for the bottom of the set. Which
instead of leaving it blank,
it should leave it blank.
Yeah. I mean, it depends on the ball.
I think it depends on the ball, but I'm a fan of you leave it blank because you put a 0, it looks like they batted and they got nothing out of it.
Tell you what, though, this is a nice
ballpark.
It's
a beautiful ballpark. This is one of the best facilities the Outlaws will play all season as Grant Nipper steps into the box, the number 5 hitter in the lineup after kind of a bizarre first inning for the Oiler hitting.
At some point, Casper's going to host the state tournament, and that's going to be an awesome week.
Yeah, I mean, the facilities here in Casper, first off, are great, right?
Yep.
I mean, there's tons of great places to stay, great places to eat. And then you look at the ballpark, which is what you're here for, and it's fantastic as well.
Well, and we're going to be, the state tournament this year's in Laramie, as Moyles misses the 1-1. The state tournament's going to be here in Laramie. They play at the old University of Wyoming Stadium.
Oh, that's got to be nice.
I've never been there, but I would imagine it's pretty decent.
Yep. 2-1 pitch is in the dirt for a 3-1 count. I think someone right now is yelling at their screen right now because they've been to that stadium going, either it's great or it's awful.
David Settle might be watching. He might be telling us.
Someone is saying, no, it's this.
It's not that great. Don't worry. Don't get too excited.
Ball 4, take your base for Grant Nipper, and Moyles, through an inning, has walked 3 batters now.
You know, and again, this is what you're used to if you're an Evanston Outlaw fan. You saw why in that first inning. Yes, he lets people on, but they don't get very far.
Number 1 and third baseman Shane Taggart.
I mean, he walks in. He hit a batsman and walked 2 guys, and they only got 1. What does that tell you?
Yeah, I mean, there's strong defense behind them, and that error is what accounted for an unearned run.
Mm-hmm.
As the Moyles defense section really rises up.
Did you see that sidearm? Moyles he just kind of flung it over there to let Nipper know, I've got my eye on you.
Moyles looks to first, now goes home. This one's chopped to third base, picked up by Eldridge, and they get the out.
Good heads-up baseball. Go ahead and let the guy take second, but don't get out of there without an out. Nice fielder's choice by Eldridge.
Runner on at second, 1 out for Davis Knight, the designated hitter. Moyles goes home, and first pitch is outside for a ball. ELAN, where do you stand on the DH, huh? That's always a fun, polarizing topic to have the baseball fanatic.
I want it to stay in the AL, and I want it out of the NL. I like that difference between the 2 leagues.
Okay.
If we're talking Major League, if we're talking American Legion, I think it depends. It's very situational. If you've got, let's say you've got a pitcher who's dealing, but he can't quite hit, or he's injured or something like that, and he can't hit to keep himself safe, then and you've got a hitter that can do well on the mound, I say definitely use that DH.
Moyles looks to second, now goes home for the 2-0, and count rings up to 3-0. I agree. I like your thought of keep it in the AL for the pros and keep it out of the NL. And I think there's something in sports of, hey, my argument may not make a ton of sense, but I just don't want it changed because I like it this way.
Yeah.
And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. You know, maybe you can't back it up with numbers, but go, I don't want you to change. I like it how it is. Leave it how it is. So that one gets away from all red, and runner steals third. Nipper now just a couple dozen feet
Is that
away,
a walk
and now
or hits Batman.
I think it's a walk. So Davis Knight takes his base. Runners at the corners with 1 out. And it looks like coach or manager Chad Thompson.
Yeah, that's Thompson.
Coming out to talk to his starting lefty.
And this isn't a conference. I think this is just a let's take a deep breath, calm down, we're doing fine. You're in a tie game. You've got this. And that's exactly what it was. He just walked away like that.
And that's kind of the thing when you play double headers. You got to pick your battles. So even if if there wasn't a game after this, maybe he would think about making a change. Still really early.
I think
but you can't burn all the arms in one game.
No, but I think at this point in the season, you let him work out of this, because they will play 4 games against Casper that will matter starting in June. So right now, I think it's very important that Clayton gets this time to see this lineup.
Moyles goes home for the first pitch to Maddox Houston. One-0 count for the first baseman, batting 8th. That one gets the heel of Maddox and quickly takes his base. I mean, that's not going to feel good, but I think that's kind of up there in the list of spots that maybe you would want to get hit, kind of the back of the shoe. There's a lot of padding right there. It's going to feel a lot better than getting stung on the thigh.
Now you got bases loaded. 1 down. Clayton needs to get a strikeout here. He needs to get a strikeout, a pop out in foul territory, something that does not move the runners over.
Bases covered with Oilers. And Lane Peterson, the number 9 hitter in the lineup, steps up to the plate for a lefty versus righty as the first pitch is up and away for a ball. Yeah, I think right now you're going to trade outs for runs, right?
You know, it was Clayton Moyles who started that game against Laramie in the state tournament that they won. So he's a very, very capable pitcher. Just got to work some things out here for this first start of the season. Nice. There you go.
In for a strike, 1-1. 1 down, so double play is an option, or the play at home. Foul tip, 1-2, and now Moyles is a strike away from just getting 1 out away from this jam. The 1-2. That's going to get past Allred, and 1 run is going to score on a pass ball. So Nipper gets home, and the Oilers take the lead for the first time today. It's 2-1. Force out no longer in play as both other runners advanced as well. So 2-2, and it is runners on second and third.
Nice.
Swing and a miss.
Strikeout. That's the first strikeout for Clayton this year.
Number 2, Brayden Barr.
That brings up Brayden Barr, the leadoff hitter for this lineup. First pitch to him is well inside for a ball. Barr got on with a walk back in the first, then got mowed down by Allred trying to steal second. The 1-0. Swung on and hit to short. Mitchell collects it, rifles it to first. It's going to get past Allred. 1 run's going to score, make it 2. And an E6 is going to send 2 runs home, and the lead grows. It is now a 3-1 ball game. 4-1. Check that.
And now, if you're Clayton Moyles, you just got to take a deep breath. This is Morgan Puckett. This is the guy that was picked off by Moyles back in the first.
This one is a moonshot to right center. Charging after is Schneider. Does not get there in time. One run scores, and then Pickett gets himself a standing double at second.
So Pickett with an RBI.
And by my calculations, it's 5-1, but I don't think any of these runs are earned. That error extended the inning. So that double doesn't go onto Moyles' books. That's the conversation we had. That had Mitchell made the play, this inning would have been over and none of this would have happened. So 5 runs so far and all unearned.
Let's see. I'll bring it up on Game Changer and take a look in there.
I mean, I could be wrong as the first pitch to Cole Douglas is in for a strike. There's 2 outs and a runner at second. But by my chicken scratch notes over here, I think it's 5 unearned runs. Curveball misses outside. 1-1.
Yeah, that's what we've got. That's what they have on
5 unearned runs.
5 unearned.
Yeah, I mean, the error extends the inning. The 1-1. In for a strike. Just gets a piece of that upstairs line. Now Moyles just 1 strike away from getting out of this 4-run second inning.
Wow.
Well aside.
What a snag by Hank to keep that one in his glove. Well, Casper beat Laramie by 1. Evanston beat Laramie by 3. And just before this game, Laramie mercy ruled Gillette.
Wow. Didn't think we'd say that this morning, did we?
So who knows that this weekend has completely upset the apple cart.
Yeah, I mean, to give you a bit of a rough idea, we're talking about a Gillette Rough Riders team that finished second last season, fell short against Post 6, and then they fall by 8 to Laramie, who the Outlaws beat 6-3 yesterday. The 2-2, the full pitch, and the payoff pitch. Big strikeout, swing and a miss. So the second inning comes to a close, but the Oilers take the lead. They're up 5-1.
The big difference that sets Freeway Tire apart from other tire stores is the fact that we care. We care about the customer service we provide, we care about selling quality products at fair prices, and we care about your vehicle. So when you're looking for tires or having work done on your vehicle, everything from maintenance to major repairs, make sure you take it to the company that really cares, Freeway Tires, on Bear River Drive in Evanston. Stop in today or schedule an appointment with us online at freewaytires.com.
As your local Ricoh, Toshiba, and Sharp dealer, Mountain West Business Solutions represents quality office equipment that lasts. We work with each client to understand your workflow, your goals, and your bottom line. Whether you lease or purchase office equipment, we have many ways to work with you to provide the best products at the best value. We also service and provide supplies for HP printers. Call Mountain West Business Solutions today. Let us help you find the best solutions for you and your business.
Outlaws have some work to do. They trail by 4 as we move into the top of the third inning, and it's going to be Jaden Schneider to lead things off, the 9-hole hitter for this Outlaws crew, followed by Talon Critchfield and Ashton Eldridge, who is in the hole.
Trying to see if that is Stowe out there again, number 9.
I think it looks just like him. But the Oilers may want to do a little Tampa Bay Rays pitch by committee approach to this game.
It is Stowe.
So Beckham Stowe is on the bump for his third inning of work. So far, he has allowed 1 run on 2 hits.
Now Jaden Schneider is going to step in, still looking for that. Actually, no, he's batting .200 this season.
Outlaws went 1-2-3 in the second. Here comes the center fielder Jaden Schneider for the first offering. Bunts
Nice.
it. Gets right to Stowe. Across to first and in time for the out.
That was the right idea. I mean, he's just trying to create something, anything for Evanston.
A little small ball action never hurt anyone.
Nope.
Here comes number 1, the left fielder, Talon Critchfield. Critchfield back in the first inning, flied out to second base. First pitch in for a strike.
That was one of those ones that kind of started inside and then just moved back into the zone at the last minute. That was kind of a checked.
Yeah, he gets a piece of it. Sometimes those pitches with a lot of movement will make hitters react late, and they'll just get a slice of that ball, and it's going to turn foul. The 0-2. Strike 3, caught him looking. That is the 4th strikeout for Stowe. 3 have been called strikes.
That's 6 batters in a row retired by Stowe. He's settled in. Evanston's got to do something to break up his momentum.
Ashton Eldridge steps into the batter's box and gives the first pitch a good swing, but couldn't find a piece of that moving white ball. Yeah, I think a good way to break up a pitcher's momentum and rhythm is just try and take him long, right? Build up the count, get some foul balls, make him work for the out. And in a situation like this where you already have 2 outs on the board, even if you yourself get out, maybe the next guy can come in and capitalize on the pitcher working extra hard at the last at-bat. That one is a called strike for a 1-2 count with 2 down and nobody on in the top of the 3rd inning.
Stowe is owning the inside of the zone right now.
Ooh, just missed, I think.
That was close.
Yeah, that would have been a nasty strike 3. Oilers just put on 4 in the bottom of the 2nd. Outlaws looking to formulate a response. This one is hit into right field, but dealt with by Barr. So Evanston goes 1-2-3. We go to the bottom of the 3rd. Outlaws trailing by 4.
Gee, Tommy, you look amazing. Did you try something different with your enamel?
No way. I wouldn't do anything to alter these pearly whites, but I did see Dr. McKay Frankum, who told me if I didn't floss, I could miss up 35% of food particles.
Really? He told you that?
Yep, and you know what? He's 100% right. I started flossing, and now I look better than ever.
Wow, I want to see Dr. McKay Frankum.
Well, give him a call. 307-789-8910. Easy to remember, right?
That's super easy. Dr. McKay Frankum at 307-789-8910. I'll call today.
Signage is a critical part of your business. It helps customers find your front door. Rocky Mountain Sign will provide you with expertly designed signs, LEDs, channel letters, as well as skillfully cut signage using wood, metal, plastic, and other mediums to help your customers find you with high-quality signage. Using the best technology, designs, and installation by Rocky Mountain Sign. Your signage says a lot about your business. Work with the professionals at Rocky Mountain Sign, 243 7th Street in Evanston, Wyoming.
strikeouts. Clayton Moyle's day comes to an end after 2 innings of work, and the righty Eric Greer comes in relief for the lefty starter. So number 9, Greer takes the mound. He pinch hitted last night, just 1 at bat for Greer. Didn't get to see a whole lot of him, but now we do in a defensive setting.
Yeah, and Greer is he's going to come in to take over from Moyles. 2 innings pitched, 1 hit, 5 runs. None of them earned. 4 walks, 2 strikeouts, and 2 hit batsmen.
Do we see any changes in the field?
I'm looking for that right now. Clayton Moyles has moved into right, so
McDonald is done for the day?
McDonald is done for the day batting. So I'm guessing that means McDonald will take to the bench and Greer will come in.
Yep, there's the 9 for 22 call. Just said 9 for 22, which means, I believe...
Yes, Derek McDonald.
Yeah, Greer will be batting in McDonald's spot.
So Critchfield will move from left to right. Moyles will go to center. So actually, I'll just go through it right here. Jaden Schneider in left, Clayton Moyles in center, Talon Critchfield in right, Allred at first, Baldwin at second, Mitchell at short, Eldridge at third, Hank Allred catching Eric Greer.
This one is sharply hit and past the third baseman, Eldridge. It rolls into left, and it's a leadoff single.
Good job by Caden Wilcox there.
Now 1 for 2 today, and that sends up Grant Nipper, who got on with a walk back in the second and would wind up scoring off a passed ball.
Passed ball, going to move the runner over. That one just kind of bounced right at the feet of Hank.
Who did we say was in left field now?
That's Jaden.
Here's a ground ball to second. Baldwin scoops it up and cannot make the play. Runner's going to race for home, and he will score. Wilcox rounds the bases off a pass ball and an E4. You put that down as an E4 or an E3?
I was updating something on the computer, so I wasn't watching. My apologies.
Put that down as an E4.
Runner on first is Nipper. That'll bring up Shane Taggart. Hit and run. Schneider can't get to it and left.
Runners now at the corners. No. Shane Taggart got all the way to second.
Oilers designated hitter, number 4, Davis Knight.
So nobody down, and right now here come the Casper Oilers with a real chance to break this one even more wide open.
Yeah, they've been hitting the ball into play. A single, an error, and a double. And it is 6-1 Oilers. This one is flied into right field, and it looks like Critchfield lost his footing. It'll roll towards the warning track. 1 run scores. The second one's coming in. Now they've got a bit of a rundown.
Between short and third. We'll
Eldridge
see if they can get this one.
Tossing it, and
nice
they get the
tag
out with
by
Allred.
Nice tag by Allred. So
Davis Knight, the DH, gets a double. But then
like, he was wearing number 4.
That's Davis Knight.
Oh.
So Davis Knight with a double, but gets in a rundown and able to score 2 off an RBI double. Nevertheless, it's now 8-1 as this one is fouled back. It's been a busy start to the third here for the Oilers. They're going to run our pens dry. Batting now is Maddox Houston, if you can keep up with us. Pitch to Houston is grounded past the first baseman, Allred, and no one's there to throw to. It's a tough play right there, kind of a triangle of death between Allred, Baldwin, and Moyles. Got past Allred. Baldwin got it at the track, and, I beg your pardon, at the edge of the infield, and then Moyles just couldn't get there, or Greer, couldn't get there in time.
Here's a look at the rundown. Look at this tag by Allred. Makes the jump and tags him coming down.
Fouled back by Lane Peterson. So 1 on and 1 out in a 3-run third inning so far. Apologies for that, as this one is fouled down the third base line. The 0-2 is outside for a ball. 1-2 the count. It is Lane Peterson who struck out in his first at-bat just an inning ago, as the Oilers have kept the line moving. That one sits just outside for a ball. Greer nearly got a hold of that strike zone. Houston over at first, 1 down. The pitch. Swung on and hit into center field. That'll sit right before Moyles. He collects it, chucks it in. And runners at first and second after the single from Peterson.
Only 1 down. They got to figure out a way to calm down and relax here.
Yeah, you got the double play option, but the Outlaws have been a little sloppy on defense. I think there's 4 errors so far. Yeah, indeed. Batting now is the leadoff man, Braden Barr. Walked in the first at-bat as he takes strike 1. And then got on with an error in the second. So 1 for 2 for Barr. Greer checks out the runner at second, now goes home. And second, you've got Houston, and on first, it's Lane Peterson.
Still looking to see if any of there's 1 run that has been earned so far. That was when 2 runs, actually. Caden Wilcox scored after singling, and then Shane Taggart scored after doubling.
The 2-1 is in the dirt. Count moves up to 3-1.
If you're Evanston, you got to put the lid on this one. Otherwise, you're looking at getting mercy ruled later on in the day.
Well, you just heard Coach say it's got to be your pitch. So let's wait and see what Greer's best pitch is. As he comes in with a breaking ball, sky-high response, and it looks like it's just going to creep over the netting. That one had a chance for a moment. You thought Hank Allred, the catcher, could get to it, but unable to as it hops over the protective netting. And we have a payoff pitch coming up. 3-2 count with 1 down and runners aboard.
Look at the corners playing in, especially Gus Allred.
Swung on and hit deep to center field. Charging back is Moyles and makes the grab.
What a play by Moyles, absolutely retreating back to try to glove that one, and it holds the runners. Big play.
Moyles helps out his pitcher with the phenomenal play out in center field. 2 down, and now that brings up Morgan Pickett. Pickett doubled in his last at-bat. 1 for 1 so far today. And Elan, we heard the coach say, hey, it's got to be your best pitch. And I think we've seen Greer's repertoire, which is a lot of breaking balls. He likes the movement, curve balls. Haven't really seen the hot stuff, the fastball yet. Here's a hard hit ball to second. Baldwin scoops it and gets the out at first. Big inning, though, for the Oilers. They tack on 3 more. It's 8-1 Casper as we go to the next frame.
In May of 2019, Uintah County School District Number 1 became the first school district in Wyoming to achieve a certified Level 1 on high reliability schools by the Rosanna Leadership Center. We're focusing on 3 levels. Level 1 is a safe and collaborative culture. Level 2, effective teaching in every classroom. And Level 3 is a guaranteed and viable curriculum. We are certified Level 1 in safe and collaborative culture. This is Superintendent Ryan Thomas. Congratulations to everyone in our district. Keep up the great work.
Uintah County School District Number 1, Pathway to Excellence.
Nothing makes your kid feel like a superstar more than seeing his or her very own Fathead in the stands. Fathead car decals and yard signs are inexpensive and easy to get at Rocky Mountain Sign in Evanston. Whether it's for the big game or to cheer on the high school band, our children make us proud in so many ways. Show your pride today. Go Red Devils. West Star Printing and Rocky Mountain Sign, 243 7th Street, Evanston.
Outlaws are down 7 runs as we go to the top of the 4th inning. Leading things off is Jagger Mitchell, who doubled in his first at-bat. So if you're going to mount a comeback, a good person to start with would be Jagger Mitchell. Am I right, Elan?
Yeah, this is the chance for Evanston to really try to get in there and make something happen. Mitchell, he is one of those guys who can absolutely take advantage of a pitcher's best pitch.
We got 1 run in the first for either side, 4 in the second for Casper, and then 3 in the third. And now here comes number 3, Jagger Mitchell.
Stowe still out there for inning number 4 of work.
Righty versus righty, and pitch number 1 is a strike. Called strike on Jagger. This one hit into center field for a base knock.
And that's how you get started if you're Evanston. You've got to get the leadoff man on from here on out.
Yeah, I mean, you can't get 7 runs in one swing, so you might as well just start chipping away at it, and singles, walks, and doubles are going to do a fine job of that. So Jagger's aboard, and here comes Clayton Moyles.
He got the RBI single that is responsible for Evanston's only run on the board right now. So he's 1 for 1, looking pretty good at the plate to start out the season.
In for a strike, and while Moyles exited the game with 5 runs, but none of them earned, I'm sure he's going to try and repent a little bit, with some hitting here.
But as you mentioned, none of them earned. So
an awkward day for him. How do you really look at it?
I don't know how you,
I mean, the walks are something he's going to want to be frustrated and talk about, as that one is out for a ball.
But again, he had him in those innings done.
Right.
And errors extended it.
Top of the 4th inning. It's the Outlaws and the Oilers. First of several matchups we'll see this season between these two sides.
Doesn't Casper's uniform kind of remind you of like the old school Mets?
No, I was just thinking about that and how I can see the Mets in them, but the Outlaws don't really have a team in the MLB that they kind of look like, right?
No,
I can't.
Really think of one.
I was just thinking you couldn't go with the Cubs because the blue's very different and there's no red. And then you think about some other blue teams. Milwaukee, they got the gold in there. Maybe the old school, older Brewers would look like this.
Maybe the Dodgers would be the closest thing.
Yeah. 1-2 turns into 2-2.
As much as it pains me to say it, being an Arizona Diamondback fan.
Uh-huh. Did you see that Diamondback story yesterday on Twitter?
You told me about it.
We'll talk about that in a second because that's worth sharing as the 2-2 delivery gets set and goes home, and runner steals second. Mitchell's in scoring position. This was pretty funny. Someone just tweeted at the Diamondbacks saying, hey, my roommate's on a date. He's sitting behind home plate in row 8. Can you tell me how it's going? And they said, that's a better question to ask Bally Sports, which is now Fox Sports. They took over. They're running the cameras. They do the broadcast. As Moyles calls for time, and they said, hey, your friend's not there. He told them what they were wearing. He goes, okay, well, I just tracked him. I think he's actually on the third base line. And they found him. And they got a picture of him and said, looks like the date's going pretty well. And here's a shot into shallow right, and Barr is there to make the play.
He's on.
Tagging up, though, was Mitchell on a heads-up play. Ball gets by. Mitchell's going to head home.
It's out of play. It's an automatic run.
Out of play, and the run scores indeed.
So that's going to go down as an RBI for Moyles. He caught out, and
I think I don't know if it's an RBI because it's an E on E4 on the
he
throw.
still batted it in though to create the error.
Yes. Yeah, that is correct.
So F4 E4 score. Now Evanston, again, every time we've seen Moyles and Mitchell in this game, that's kind of been the situation where they're able to make something happen. Moyles with the second RBI of the game. I'll double-check the official scoring to see what they have it down. Nope, they didn't give the RBI to Moyles, so yeah, maybe it's
I didn't
unearned
think.
run.
Yeah.
I figured he batted it in, so...
Throws out. So I would think it would be an RBI. Let's say the runner was already at third, right? But he tagged up. He was at second. So the error caused the run to score. Had Jagger been at third and there was a bad throw to first, so that one misses upstairs, then I think that would be an RBI with an error to get on base.
Yeah, 3 balls, no strikes for Allred.
Allred struck out looking back in the first inning. That one goes up.
That one almost unbuttoned Allred's jersey.
But to put an end to my Diamondback story, they found the couple, they shared it on Twitter, and then they put them on the Jumbotron. Put the guy and his date on the Jumbotron as the pitcher and the entire infield of the Oilers come in for a meeting. I don't think we're going to get a pitching change here.
No, he's dealing, and he's got a 6-run lead. 1 out, so, I mean, Evanston could put up a big inning. This could be a breakthrough chance. I mean, you need these guys, Hank Allred, Ryan Baldwin, Eric Greer, Jaden Schneider. You need them to break out right now. And if you can get them to break out in a big way, I mean, we saw them go down by 5 last night and cut it within to 1. I mean, this team will always fight to the very, very end, so they're never truly out of it. But if you can get these guys to break out, these youngsters to break out at the AA level, it would be a perfect time.
Yeah, indeed. And Hank Allred comes up to the plate, 0 for 1 today. And talking about Stowe, he's been dealing, like you said, that 1 run acquired. This inning was unearned as he checks in to Gus Allred at first. A 8-2 Oilers lead. And Stowe does not like Gus Allred getting any kind of lead off.
Allred not really taking any aggressive leads here.
Now it looks like for the first time the righty Stowe goes home on Hank. And they may have him. No, that was close though. I think for a second Gus Allred thought maybe he could get himself to second on a pitch in the dirt, but quick reactions from Douglas prohibits him.
Yeah, something is Stowe sees something with Allred that he does not like. He keeps throwing in that direction.
Just in a 1-0 count right now to the batter.
There goes Allred.
And I think safe.
Oh, we got under it.
Looked like he may have been out for a moment just based on where that ball was in relation to him, but he's going to get under it.
He does. He gets under it. He gets that foot into the bag. Wow, what a play by Gus Allred.
Great base running by the first baseman. Now with the runner in scoring position, the younger Allred can send his older brother home as he swings and misses into a low pitch, and Allred will steal his way all to third.
1-2 count for Allred as he is standing 90 feet away. This would be big.
Fouled back.
Now, unlike yesterday, at field number 4, Lansing Field has a lot of foul room. If anything gets behind Douglas, that's going to be a free trip for Allred.
Stowe in the 1-2 goes home, and foul tip, and that's it for Hank Allred. He strikes out.
Second baseman, number 20, Ryan Baldwin.
2 outs and a runner in scoring position for Ryan Baldwin, who struck out in his first at-bat. Slow start to the season so far for Baldwin, but only been 2 games and a half roughly. What a chance this would be to kind of break through with their runner just down the line at third.
By the way, we are 40 minutes away from the 2-hour time limit, or they wouldn't start another inning.
Looks like the umpire is kind of giving a warning right now to the Outlaw dugout to calm things down.
I'm not sure. Coach Thompson's going to go out there and have a conversation with him.
Looked like he kind of made a hand motion, putting it down like, hey, just settle down over there.
And Coach Thompson wants a clarification. I think it might have been a warning to Thompson himself.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking now.
And we're not down there, so we don't know, but I thought I heard Chad say, you can't tell me, and then it kind of faded away from there. But
0-1 count right now for Baldwin. RBI would be huge for him and the team at the moment, but that's in for a strike. Pitcher's count, no balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, runner at third. Outlaws down by 6 runs in the top of the 4th inning. Here comes the 0-2. It's up for a ball. Scoreboard just gave out on us.
One ball, 2 strikes right now. Drop third strike.
And they get the out at first. So the Outlaws are able to put a run on the board. They trail by 6 as we move to the next frame, the bottom of the 4th, right after this.
Trona Valley Federal Credit Union is a not-for-profit financial institution. When you become a member, you are an owner of the credit union. We believe in people over profit, and that impacts the way we do business from our overall structure down to the smallest detail. Our philosophy sets us apart, and we're here for you. Earn more with our high-yield checking account, start a savings goal, check out our competitive loans, and much more. Become a member today. We're a caring partner dedicated to your financial success. Member NCUA.
This First Bank of Wyoming broadcast of Outlaws Baseball is brought to you in part by Hoover Chiropractic. Dr. Todd Hoover does all the chiropractic work you need as well as blood work, dietary supplements, a weight loss program, x-rays, and he can help you get rid of migraines and allergies.
Home fourth inning, the Oilers lead by 6. And the Outlaw defense looking to make a stop here. This Casper offense has scored in every inning so far.
Caleb Welling looks like he's now going to come on to replace Eric Greer on the mound.
Close the book on Greer. 1 inning pitch for Eric. 5 hits. At 3 runs, we'll calculate how many are earned. But yep, number 10, Caleb Gooding, out on the mound. Played about half a game last night against the 406 Flyers and got yanked out of third base. No earned runs?
No earned runs according to Game Changer.
Yeah, in between the errors, I don't think any of these have been earned. I mean, it's an 8-run offense so far.
Ugh. Let's see who the... 10 for 1, so that means Talon Critchfield's day is done. So Critchfield only gets 2 at-bats. And Caleb Welling, I believe out of Mountain View, will get the at-bat, or we'll get to it. Let's reset the defense for Evanston. In left field, Jaden Schneider. Center field, Clayton Moyles. Eric Greer now moves to right. Infield stays the same with Allred at first, Baldwin at second. Eldridge at the hot corner, and Mitchell at shortstop. Hank Allred will catch Caleb Gooding.
Batting now for the Oilers is the catcher, Cole Douglas. 0 for 1 today. Gooding gets the sign from Allred and goes home. And a strike 1 to start the day on the mound for Caleb.
Nice looking pitch there by Welling. This is the 3rd pitcher that Coach Thompson has used. They still got a game against Gillette.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a pitch by committee approach so far.
While Beckham Stowe has hit his comfort zone.
As that one is outside for a ball. 2-1 the count. No outs, no one on board for the leadoff man, Cole Douglas. Gooding has his pitch hit into left field. Looks like it's going to go fair. Schneider can't get to it, and Gooding's off to second with a double.
Schneider fires an absolute missile out of left. And that's Douglas's first hit of the game.
The wind is blowing in. My first thought was that's going to turn foul, but it just kind of got hung up there and sat down for a nice fair double.
Now brings up Kalen Wilcox, who hit a single, came around and scored last time up back in the 3rd. Evanston needs to put a 0 on the board.
Strike for Gooding. Any kind of run rule for after 4 innings?
I'll look that up right now.
I don't think
we're there yet.
6 runs is definitely not it.
No.
But I'm saying if they were to tax him on in this inning, that'd be the cause for concern as Gooding goes home. And it skips over the head of Wilcox, and a wild pitch advances the runner to 3rd.
1-1 count. for Wilcox.
No outs, runner at third for the center fielder, Caden Wilcox. 1 for 2 today. One and two the count now for Wilcox, the center fielder. Gooding gets the sign from his catcher, Hank. Here's a sharply hit ball up the middle. 1 run's going to score. And it's an RBI single for Wilcox.
If you're Evanston right now, I think now you've got to shift focus to your second game against Gillette.
RBI single for Wilcox, who is now 2 for 3 today. He scored once.
That might be the first earned run that they've gotten.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking too. Here comes Grant Nipper. Wind beginning to pick up a little bit here in the Oil City. Weather was supposed to be kind of a question mark. You knew it wasn't going to be nice and sunny and warm. Wasn't really sure about the wind and the rain, but it looks like the rain is holding off until maybe tonight. As the pitch from Gooding goes over the head of Nipper. Nipper 0 for 1, but walked and scored back in the second.
So it's an 8-run rule after 4.5. And right now, it's a 7-run lead.
That's a nicely hit ball into left field. Gets past Eldridge. And a single for Nipper.
So, yeah, 8-run rule after 4.5. And we are in the bottom of the 4th. So that is a little bit of a concern.
Yeah, you could kind of say the winning run is at second right now if the Outlaws don't score on the top of the 5th. So that run comes in, you're up by 8. It's 10-2. As this one is sliced foul by Taggart. No outs here, so the Outlaws really got to work themselves out of this jam to keep this contest going.
So far, 11 pitches thrown by Caleb Welling, according to my count.
High and over the head of Taggart.
Evanston will have the Gillette Rough Riders after this game. Stay tuned after our post-game show. We're just going to step aside. And it'll still be on this stream, but we will have to temporarily disconnect our streaming software, but it'll still be on this stream. And we'll have it.
The pitch from Gooding is softly hit to short. Mitchell gets it, flips it over to Baldwin. They get 1 out, but a fielder's choice puts runners on the corners. So Nipper is cut down. Wilcox is at third, and Taggart's at first with 1 out.
So that's a good first out there for Gooding. What?
Double play would end the inning. Batting now is the DH Davis Knight.
Last time Knight was up, he had a double. Was
Runner
thrown
goes.
out
This one's a hit and run. It's going to be a base hit. 1 run is going to score. Rounding third and being sent back, and they're going to get the out here. It's going to be a rundown. Charging home is Wilcox.
Oh.
And throughout all that chaos, 2-run score, and Knight is at second with a double. So you actually had Wilcox score, and then Taggart went from first all the way around.
I think he scored on an error because you saw Eldridge couldn't quite get that ball in his hand.
Yeah, I think it's an E5 to score. It's a single and an RBI for Davis Knight, who advances to second on the throw. But it's now 11-2. One down, runner in scoring position for Casper. Batting is Maddox Houston. Big swing and a miss, but it gets past Allred, and the runner from second, Knight, gets all the way to third. Chalk that down as a pass ball on Allred, and it's just not the day for, well, I don't want to say the day because there's another game after this, but just not the game for the Outlaws. And that's going to happen when you play dozens and dozens of games in the course of a season. But there's been miscues and poor performances at a couple different spots.
Well, you give up four runs, and none of them are earned in that second inning, and that's what this is going to get chalked up to.
Right. You can look back and go, all of this could have been avoided if that mistake here or mistake there. And it's not one player. It's kind of a collective effort.
But it's
because I think it can get contagious, right?
It's early in the season, though. It's
of course.
Game 3, so
we're not buying into this.
No, not at all.
But I don't think an 11-2 score is something the Outlaws will look back on if this is the final. As here's a pop-up, and charging in is Allred to record the second out.
He does it in foul territory, so nice catch by Allred.
That sends up Lane Peterson, 1 for 2 today, singled in the third after striking out in the second.
Well, if you're Evanston now, you've got to bring at least 2 runs home in the next inning to avoid the mercy rule.
This is one of those games where you don't even need to watch the film with the tape so much. As here's another high fly ball. Allred's under it, and he's got it. So a couple more runs come across for the Oilers. It's 11-2. We'll play at least one more frame as we move to the top of the 5th inning.
What do you do when you lose a tooth?
Put it under your pillow. Under my pillow. Like a treasure chest so you could put it in.
Why do you do that?
Because then the tooth fairy comes. For the tooth fairy. So the tooth fairy can come get them.
And then what happens?
I get money.
We may not be the tooth fairy, but we can still take care of your teeth. Bear River Dental in Evanston.
The best cement comes from Ellingford Brothers in Evanston. They've been mixing cement for every type of job for generations. Major construction, road and bridge, cement blocks, foundations, sidewalks, curb and gutter, cement steps, septic tanks, and water troughs. No job is too large or too small. Make sure you get the best quality cement available at the best prices. Always get your cement from Ellingford Brothers. Call today. Ellingford Brothers, we know cement. 307-789-1515.
Top of the 5th inning, the Outlaw bats need to wake up and put some runs on the board to avoid being run ruled. It is 11-2, so the situation is if this half inning ends and Evanston is down by 8 or more, that would do it for the game, and they would just have to start getting ready for Gillette at 3 p.m. And trying to spark the comeback will be Ryan Baldwin to lead things off. That's what you got too, partner?
That's what I got. And actually, I have Derek Greer. Ryan Baldwin struck out to end the inning.
Yep. That's why I asked. I said I think Baldwin struck out, but now I want to ask. So Eric Greer will get his first at-bat. First pitch to Greer is low and away, ball 1. Strike one. But, on the bright side, sure, this isn't the game for the Outlaws, but they're going to play a Gillette team that had a similar kind of first game, right? Not a strong performance, to say the least, against Laramie. So you kind of got two teams going the wrong direction in this day. Who's going to emerge? And it's anyone's game after this one, as that wild pitch gets over the head of Greer, and it is an even count, 2-2, no one on, no outs.
And it's a bit of a double-edged sword, because Gillette's the type of team that they're going to come out the next game after being run-ruled, and they're going to come out fired up. And now Evanston looking at a similar thing. I think you're going to see a very similar thing from Evanston.
Yep, drop third strike, and Greer will just walk to the dugout. That brings up Jaden Schneider. Grounded out to the pitcher in his first at-bat, and it looks like Stowe's day may be done.
He might be running high on pitch count.
Yep, and with this result all but in hand, might as well walk off to a standing ovation. So we'll step aside for a break. Beckham Stowe is done for the day.
There's a reason Rocky Mountain Yeti is Southwest Wyoming's #1 dealer. Come in and see what all the buzz is about. Voted Best of Evanston by you. Best of Evanston in new car sales, used car sales, and Best of Evanston in service. We have the best selection of inventory in town, paired with our legendary 20-year, 200,000-mile warranty. Come see us today at one of our 2 locations, 100 Wasatch Road or Yeti on 3rd next to Walmart. Let us help get you on your next adventure today. Rocky Mountain Yeti, legend driven.
Time flies, especially when you're having fun. This is Jeremy Rex, manager at T-Bar S in Evanston. It's hard to believe that we've been here almost a year with our new management team and staff. Did you know that you can have your vehicle detailed, your windshield replaced, chip repair done, or get your trailer refinished or rewired at T-Bar S? Of course, we are a full-service collision repair shop, too. You can even change your oil and your brakes. Visit T-Bar S today. Let T-Bar fix your car. 515 County Road, Evanston.
Pitching change for the Oilers. They're going to toss out a righty. Henderson takes the mound.
According to what I'm seeing on the stats we've been able to compile, this will be his first pitching appearance.
Yeah, and the coach didn't write down a first name on the roster for him. So either you can get creative and make one up, or we're going to try and find one for you shortly. But Schneider steps into the batter's box for a righty versus righty matchup. We'll get you his first name in a moment, but first he tosses a ball on the first pitch, outside and away. Outlaws with 2 outs to play, needing to find a couple of runs to avoid being run ruled. They can't go into the next frame
That
down
is
by 8.
Kyler Henderson.
Kyler Henderson?
Yep.
So number 27, Kyler Henderson, up on the bump, and has worked himself to a 1-1 count. The pitch from Henderson is in for a ball. 2-1.
First pitching appearance for him, so we got nothing to talk about for him.
Only threw some hot stuff right there down the middle for a strike. Got Schneider to wave at it. 2-2 the count.
1 down. Remember the situation. Evanston needs to bring 2 home in order to extend the game.
Swing and a miss, and that's it for Jaden.
Number 10, Caleb Gooding.
One down, we flip over our lineup card, and we go to Talon Critchfield.
No, that's going to be Caleb Gooding
Oh,
who came
you're
in
correct.
for Critchfield. This is his first at-bat.
Thank you.
Missed the first one for ball 1.
Got to get something started here, a base hit or a walk. As the second one is in for ball number 2. Henderson gets the sign from his battery mate and delivers a strike. Catching for the Casper Oilers is Douglas. Up high, ball 3. Outlaws' lone run, or one of their 2 runs, I should say, actually, came in the 1st and the 4th. As Gooding is rung up for strike 2. It's a full count.
Down to the final strike if you're Evanston. It's worthy to note both of those runs for Evanston, Jagger Mitchell scored them and Clayton Moyles drove them in some fashion. He was the batsman.
The 3-2, strike 3, that's the ball game. Outlaws come up short against the Casper Oilers, 11-2 the final after 4.5 innings played. And I suspect both dugouts are, or are we going to continue playing?
Should be,
maybe that's not the ball game.
But it's according to the rules I've got in front of me, 4.5. And it is.
Let's see what happens here.
Yep, they're tipping hats. So
yeah, okay. It's always nice when the broadcast knows something that players down the field don't. We don't look so silly. But that is the ball game. 11-2, your final on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard.
The best cement comes from Ellingford Brothers in Evanston. They've been mixing cement for every type of job for generations. Major construction, road and bridge, cement blocks, foundations, sidewalks, curb and gutter, cement steps, septic tanks, and water troughs. No job is too large or too small. Make sure you get the best quality cement available at the best prices. Always get your cement from Ellingford Brothers. Call today. Ellingford Brothers, we know cement. 307-789-1515. Roads diverged in a wood, and I had just purchased new tires at Plains Tire in Evanston. The trained tire technicians at Plains Tire expertly mounted, balanced, and aligned my new tires, so I was feeling good. While I was there, they changed my oil, checked my brakes, fixed my AC, and made sure my shocks were in tip-top shape. And with their lifetime alignment checks and tire rotations, I was ready to roll. So, thanks to Plains Tire, when 2 roads diverged in a wood, I took the one less traveled. Plains Tire, 157 Pear River Drive, Evanston.
Signage is a critical part of your business. It helps customers find your front door. Rocky Mountain Sign will provide you with expertly designed signs, LEDs, channel letters, as well as skillfully cut signage using wood, metal, plastic, and other mediums to help your customers find you with high-quality signage. Using the best technology, designs, and installation by Rocky Mountain Sign. Your signage says a lot about your business. Work with the professionals at Rocky Mountain Sign, 243 7th Street in Evanston, Wyoming.
Welcome into our brief post-game show, the final Casper 11, Evanston 2. And we're going to make it brief here because we got another matchup coming up. The Outlaws will just walk across the parking lot and take on the Gillette Rough Riders at 3 o'clock roughly. But first, time to break this one down. We'll start our post-game show off with the Dr. McKay Frankham Precision Play of the Game.
Yeah, that's brought to you by Dr. McKay Frankham Precision Family Dentistry. Call 307-789-8910 for your appointment today. And we're going to give it to Hank Allred in the second. Let me look at my score sheet. I believe it was the first inning. Braden Barr gets on, tries to steal second, and watch what Hank Allred does. Oh, no, looks like we're not going to get that. Anyways, Allred able to throw out the runner, heading for second with an absolute strike over to second baseman. Actually, I believe it was Mitchell who applied the tag there. Another honorable mention in the rundown. Pitched it over to Gus Allred. He makes the jump in the tag, all in one fluid motion to field the ball. Though that is your Dr. McKay Frankham Precision Play of the Game, brought to you by Dr. McKay Frankham Precision Dentistry for the entire family. Call 307-789-8910 for your appointment today. Back to you, Matthew.
Yeah, we'll step aside for another quick break. When we return, the Jimmy John's Freaky Fast recap before we sign off here from Lansing Field in Casper.
At Trona Valley Federal Credit Union, we know our members by name and we love working with them face to face. But did you know that members can also handle almost all banking online? Everything from managing your accounts and paying bills to applying for all types of loans. It's simple and we're happy to help you get started. Join Trona Valley Federal Credit Union today. We're a caring partner dedicated to your financial success. TronaValley.com, member NCUA.
America keeps moving, and Auto Farm Chevrolet is here to help you keep rolling. Whether you need a brand new vehicle or service on one you already own, Auto Farm Chevrolet is here to lend a helping hand. Our certified mechanics are knowledgeable, and our sales team takes the time to get to know you and what your needs are. Stop in today, Auto Farm Chevrolet, 624 Front Street, Evanston. Evanston's community-driven dealer.
Time flies, especially when you're having fun. This is Jeremy Rex, manager at T-Bar S in Evanston. It's hard to believe that we've been here almost a year with our new management team and staff. Did you know that you can have your vehicle detailed, your windshield replaced, chip repair done, or get your trailer refinished or rewired at T-Bar S? Of course, we are a full-service collision repair shop, too. You can even change your oil and your brakes. Visit T-Bar S today. Let T-Bar fix your car. 515 County Road, Evanston.
Now time for the Jimmy John's Freaky Fast recap, and let's recap this 11-2 final in favor of the Oilers. So scoring got started in the first inning. It would be the Outlaws to strike first back in that opening frame. A Jagger Mitchell double got him on the board, and then Clayton Moyles, an RBI single, sent him home. However, Casper would respond with then some. They got one in the first. In the second, they tacked on four more, couple hits. None of them earned, though, for a large portion of this game. 3 in the third inning. Evanston struck in the fourth, though. Scoring for the Outlaws, once again, was Jagger Mitchell, this time coming off an error from Clayton Moyles. Not an RBI, but put the ball into the field of play. And then 3 in the bottom of the fourth for the home team. Gave us our 11-2 final. And that is our Jimmy John's Freaky Fast recap, where fresh and fast, delicious sandwiches always meet at 113 Front Street in Evanston. Guys, I'm telling you, go try it out if you haven't. If you have, I mean, no reason why not to stop there for lunch or dinner. Always a great sandwich and friendly staff to greet you. All right, everyone, we've got another matchup coming up. It is part 2 of the doubleheader. Evanston and Gillette, the Rough Riders, going at it at about 3 o'clock. We'll keep it on the same stream. We're going to stop it momentarily while we shuffle over to the other ballpark, but we'll keep it right here so you don't have to change that window at all. For ELAN OLLIFF, I'm Matthew Peterson. Thank you. We'll see you soon. Once again, the final, Casper 11, Evanston 2.
This is Post 41 Evanston Outlaw Baseball on MyLocalRadio.com and on the air at KNYN 99.1 FM, The Big Dog. This is Post 41 Evanston Outlaw Baseball on MyLocalRadio.com and on the air at KNYN 99.1 FM, The Big Dog. Evanston Outlaw Baseball is brought to you by Auto Farm Chevrolet, Bear River Dental, The Best Western, Dunbar Inn and Legal Tender Restaurant, Elling Ford Brothers, Evanston Regional Hospital, Freeway Tire, Hoover Chiropractic, Dr. McKay Frankum, Mountain West Business Solutions, Plains Tire, Rocky Mountain Sign, T-Bar Body Shop, Trona Valley Federal Credit Union, the Come On In Casper, Uinta County School District Number 1, West Star Printing, and by Rocky Mountain Yeti. Now, Outlaw fans, let's head to the diamond for today's game.
Rolling right into it as the Evanston Outlaws will take on the reigning state runner-up, the Gillette Rough Riders. Elan Olliff and Matthew Peterson coming to you live from the Paul Eastridge Round Robin final game of the final day for both the Outlaws and the Gillette Rough Riders. First time these two teams have seen each other since the opening game of the Memorial Day tournament in Gillette in 2020. Matthew Peterson, after a 11-2 loss to the Casper Oilers, what does Evanston need to do to bounce back?
Well, the good news for Evanston is they're playing a Gillette team that is coming off an equally tough loss, right? Gillette did not have a good showing this morning against the Laramie Rangers. So in order to turn things around, they've got to start spreading the wealth when it comes to offense, as that first pitch is in for a strike on Critchfield.
Yeah, it's going to be Brody Richardson pitching for the Gillette Rough Riders. Richardson comes in. This is his third appearance with a 3.5 ERA. The 0-1 is well inside in the dirt for ball one. Talon Critchfield will lead off for the Evanston Outlaws. Batting second will be Clayton Moyles, the center fielder. Jagger Mitchell, the pitcher, bats third. Gus Allred, the left-handed hitting first baseman, bats the cleanup, and we'll go that far as the third pitch sails way above the outstretched glove of catcher Colton Gray. Batting fifth for the Evanston Outlaws, Quentin Elmer over in right field. Sixth, Ryan Baldwin, the second baseman. Seventh, Bodie Wicks, the third baseman. Eighth, Eric Greer, the right fielder, as a swing and a miss comes to Critchfield and is now 2-2. And Jaden Schneider rounding out the top nine, the shortstop for the Outlaws. Critchfield trying to get going offensively as Critchin takes the 2-2 and puts it into shallow left field. Newland makes the grab, no problem, for out number one.
Well, that's going to bring up Clayton Moyles, and Moyles has been a very consistent batter so far this season. Opened up the year with a 3-for-3 showing in the first game against Laramie. Had an RBI about an hour and a half ago against Casper, so happy to see him batting second. I'm sure the Outlaws are.
First pitch to Moyles is in the zone from Richardson for strike number one. Defensive alignment for the Rough Riders. Left field, Joey Sturdivant. Center field, Mason Drube. And in right field, Colson Cluck will give you the infield after the 1-1 offering from Brody Richardson. 1 ball, 1 strike to Moyles. Outside cutter missed, and that will be 2 balls, 1 strike. Infield featuring Jason Fink at first, Aiden Dorr at second, shortstop Matt Newland, and at the hot corner, Corey Schilling. Richardson with the 2-1 swing and a miss for Moyles at the speed down Front Street. Jagger Mitchell stands on deck
for the Evanston Outlaws. Nobody on with one down here in the top of the first. Gillette, the assigned home team, in the red jerseys. Chopper at second baseman, picked up. Throw to first for out number 2. So Evanston currently looking at going 1-2 to begin it after the 4-3 putouts.
Well, here comes Jagger Mitchell, and here's the guy maybe still in the first inning, but you'd like to see get the offense started, especially after how he's swung the bat so far. Good contact, had a double in the last game against Casper. So Mitchell, one of the best players on this Outlaw team, mostly due to his ability to be an offensive threat and be very strong defensively. He'll be on the mound today for Evanston.
Here comes the first pitch to Mitchell. Cutter goes outside for ball 1. Mitchell responsible for both runs in the 11-2 loss to Casper just barely, maybe 30 minutes ago. The 1-0 up high around the Outlaw logo on the helmet to the right-hander, and it's 2 balls, no strikes to Mitchell. Pitch from Richardson goes down low on the outside corner for the first strike. 2-1, 2 down, nobody out here in this, or nobody on here in the first inning on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. Catching a piece of it is Jagger Mitchell, takes the changeup 2-2. And Mitchell will step outside, black helmet with that Outlaw logo at the center. Evanston in their blue uniforms with white numerals outside, and it's a full count. And Mitchell going to try to work a 2-out walk for the Outlaws. No score, top of the first. Final game for the Outlaws in the 2021 Paul Eastridge round robin. The payoff, Mitchell ropes one into center right field. That's going to hit the fence. Mitchell digging for extra bases. He'll get in with a stand-up double for the second time today.
Yeah, full count. Maybe you think he'll try and be patient and get a walk. Mitchell has other ideas. How about sending that ball to the fence? I mean, well struck. A little bit of an opposite field hit, too. Just started to fade to the right. Great contact from Mitchell. And now a runner in scoring position with 2 down and an opportunity for Gus Allred to bring the first run home.
Allred steps in, and he would love to bring Mitchell home and give Evanston the first blood in this matchup. First pitch to the lefty, Allred goes off at the top of Gray's glove, and Mitchell is going to get to third on the passed ball.
I mean, it's almost a photogenic copy of the game earlier, right? The Outlaws started the game against Casper, 2 quick outs, and then it was a double from Jagger Mitchell, and then was brought home on an RBI single.
Can this get things going, as both of these teams were mercy ruled against teams that they thought they would have a very good shot against, as TK Stout, the plate umpire, calls strike on Gus Allred. 1 ball, 1 strike to the left-handed hitting ace of the Outlaws, who plays first base after a brilliant outing in opening day yesterday against Laramie. Swing and a miss at a changeup for strike 2.
Brody Richardson getting his 3rd start of the season, has only built up to a 6-inning mark so far, but was hitless until just now.
The 1-2 misses, and it's back to being an even count with Jagger Mitchell standing 90 feet away on third. 2 down here in the top of the first. Allred with the white bat. Rests it on his shoulder from the left-hand side of the batter's box. Swing and a miss. And despite Evanston threatening, it will end the inning. We go to the bottom of the first. No score. Evanston and Gillette on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaw Baseball on mylocalradio.com.
The best place to stay when you're in Casper, Wyoming is the Come On In Hotel and Suites. This beautiful log hotel offers 5 hot tubs, 1 pool, a fitness center, and fabulous indoor atrium. Offering jacuzzi and fireplace suites, the guest rooms are comfortable and relaxing. Plus, every stay includes a delicious extended continental breakfast. Whenever you're in Casper, stay at the best place. Come on in, Hotel and Suites. Come on in today. Come on in, Hotel and Suites, Casper. As one of the region's most visited websites, MyLocalRadio.com is here to serve you. Catch up on local and regional news and information. Buy, sell, or trade your good used items on the radio classifieds. Check the weather forecast or catch our live coverage of your high school teams in action, all on MyLocalRadio.com. Like us on Facebook so you never miss a giveaway, and visit MyLocalRadio.com today to stream it all live.
Despite a threat by Jagger Mitchell as he goes to the mound, the Evanston Outlaws not able to bring the man home, and that will set up the bottom of the first inning for the Gillette Rough Riders. Before we get to the Rough Riders lineup, let's go ahead and give you the Outlaws defensive alignment for Evanston. Now we'll turn it over to Matthew Peterson.
Yeah, starting in the outfield, going from left to right, you've got Critchfield. Then you've got Clayton Moyles in center and Quentin Elmer out in right field. Then in the infield, at shortstop, it's Jaden Schneider. At second, it is Ryan Baldwin. Gus Allredman's first base, and Bodie Wicks is at the hot corner. Jagger Mitchell on the mound, and his battery mate is Eric Greer. And that is the defensive alignment for your Evanston Outlaws.
As the sun just comes out of nowhere from behind that cloud. As we get ready for the bottom of inning number 1. Leading it off for the Gillette Rough Riders will be Joey Sturdivant. And if we could, Joey Sturdivant right now coming in with a average of about 371 as he comes in right now. Jagger Mitchell getting his first start of the year. And with the performance that we saw from Mr. Allred in opening game against Laramie, now it's the number 1 spot is pretty well spoken for. You get the feeling Jagger Mitchell and Clayton Moyles are going to compete for that number 2, as great opening pitch from Mitchell down the pipe for strike number 1.
Yeah, what's really notable about Joey Sturdivant, sure, 371 is going to jump off the page, but you've also got a lot of extra base hits. He's got 5 doubles and 3 triples.
0-1 cutter catches the outside part of the zone, and quickly Mitchell's got a pitcher's count. No balls, 2 strikes to Joey Sturdivant. Mason Drube, the center fielder, stands on deck for the Rough Riders. The 0-2, swing and a miss, and Mitchell has brought the heat to start it out.
Yeah, showing a little bit of everything. We saw some heat, we saw a cutter, changeup, and Mitchell off to a strong start, fans Joey Sturdivant, and that's going to bring up the center fielder for the Rough Riders, Mason Drube.
Mason Drube comes in. When he goes back to school tomorrow, he'll be going to 8th grade, the very first 8th grader to make the AA starting team, really the AA team in the Nate Perleyberg era, as the first pitch is outside for ball 1.
Yeah, and he's really earned his spot, too. You look at the numbers he's posted so far. Drube, just the 8th grader, like you mentioned, batting 400 through 25 at-bats. And that was coming into today as well, was it not?
That was, coming into today before that Laramie game, so we're not sure. We weren't able to get stats updated between that, as Mitchell misses on the 2-0, and it's a hitter's count, 3 balls, no strikes to the young Mason Drube. No score here in the bottom of the first. The 3-0 in the zone, and we're at a 31 count as Mitchell takes his time. If you notice, he kind of does this interesting little set in front of his chest as he'll miss down low to walk the young Mason Drube. Here comes Brody Richardson, the pitcher.
Both pitchers for both teams batting 3rd today.
So if Jagger Mitchell can get things going, that could help the Outlaws out, as Evanston was held scoreless in the first First pitch is off of Mason Greer. That's going to be a passed ball, I believe, as it bounced at the feet of Greer, and it'll move Drube over to second. Brody Richardson steps in with a runner in scoring position and one down. No score as Mitchell checks the runner at second, lifts the leg, and fires with the four-seamer about high. 1 ball, no strikes. 2 balls, no strikes, excuse me, to Richardson after the pass to ball. And the 2-0. That one just outside and low for ball 3. And a second straight hitter's count for Mitchell. He looks to deliver it right down the center. If he can get this strike right here. Here it comes. And that one high and outside. And you've got runners on first and second. 2 consecutive walks after the leadoff strikeout by Mitchell. I'll bring up Corey Schilling, the third baseman, as Gillette in their red uniforms, white pants, looking to make something happen right out of the gate.
Yeah, Schilling, the cleanup hitter, and you can tell why when you bat 400. Coach is going to give you a lot of trust. He's got 7 extra base hits, 5 doubles, Elan, and 2 triples entering today.
Great openings heat from Jagger Mitchell to make it 0-1. And the offering. This one will be fouled, and that's a pitcher's count. Big chance here for Jagger Mitchell to maybe get this second out, and at that point, you aren't worried about the 2 runners. You're worried about the man at the plate.
Right, you get the second out, plays at first, even though you got a force out at third, second, and first.
0-2 missed, but a great stop by Greer to hold the runners. So runners at first and second. The runners, Mason Drube at second, Brody Richardson at first. Both of them walked. Mitchell in the 1-2. That one, beautiful. 12-6 curve that just drops into the window. And a backwards K. So 2 outs and 2 strikeouts for Jagger Mitchell. That'll bring up Colson Cluck, the right fielder, batting 5th.
Yep, and Cluck over 30 at-bats in the year, and he's batting close to 450.
2 down with 2 on. First pitch to Cluck. Misses, and Greer can't stop it. All runners move up a base. So now you've got runners on second and third with 2 away and a 1-0 count. Still no score in the Impact Physical Therapy Board.
Yeah, Greer's got to get a little more comfortable behind the dish. That's 2 pass balls so far.
And the 1-0. Outside, snagged by Greer. 2 balls, no strikes. If you're Evanston, if you can only allow 1 run, that's definitely something you can work with. But the bats have got to get going here in the bottom of the first. Outside, 3-0, as Greer stops that one in the dirt. Big chance here for Gillette to strike. And 3-0 inside, and the bases are loaded on 3 walks by Jagger Mitchell. I'll bring up Jason Fink, the first baseman. If that name sounds familiar, he plays for Campbell County, and he was on that Campbell County Camels team that the Red Devils visited to open up the 2021 basketball season. Outside, great stop by Greer to hold the runners. Fink also started the game last year against Evanston when they played in Gillette to open up the Memorial Day tournament, as Mitchell puts it in the zone for a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike to Jason Fink.
Yeah, just when you thought Mitchell couldn't buy a strike, it's a big one there.
1-1. Inside, that one's past Greer, and this is going to score a run easily for the Rough Riders, and they take first strike here, and it's 1-0 Gillette. All runners advance, so now you've got runners at second and third. And that's going to go down as an unearned run. Next pitch to Fink is in there for a strike. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Fink. And the 2-2. Outside, and that's going to give us a full count. Excuse me, and that is Matt Newland who is there. So, and the missed that one, walked it. So that is Newland who just got on. Bases loaded, 2 down. Newland walked. What did Fink do? Oh, they must have switched it.
They must have switched
it
it
around. They missed it around. So now Fink will. So Fink will go down. I think they're out of order. Yep. I think we're gonna hear from Coach Baldwin as he goes up, because you and I had Fink just now, and then Newland was actually the hitter.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that is out of order. I think that's an out.
I would agree. Yes, that is.
And that might negate. I don't know if it'll negate the run.
I don't know what happens. How you go back in time.
I know. We'll see what happens, because they are batting out of order according to what was written here. So Steve Baldwin caught something, and I think he's absolutely right. Update score. The Oilers lead the 406 Flyers 1-0 at the bottom of the first. Is this going to take the run off the board? I don't know, because that run did come while they were out of order. I'm not sure. I've never seen this before.
I have never seen this before, and I think he's going to call them both out.
Yep, they're out.
But the only question is that
the run did count. He did point down at the plate. And I think that's the 3rd out.
It is the 3rd out, but...
Yep, that's... everybody's got the same questions. We're going to take a break. We'll get it all straightened out when we come back after this on the First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaw Baseball on mylocalradio.com.
When you're looking for one location that is centrally located in Wyoming to host a business meeting or corporate retreat, always consider the Come On In Hotel and Suites in Casper first. With meeting rooms and amenities that everyone can enjoy at the Come On In is the best place to host events. The rustic decor, fireplaces, jacuzzis, pool, and large indoor atrium will make your event memorable. Call today and find out the ways we can help make your event a success. Come On In Hotel and Suites in Casper. Call 307-472-6300.
The importance of saving and learning how to use money wisely can be taught from a very young age. At Trona Valley Federal Credit Union, we offer youth accounts to help kids learn to save, borrow, and spend responsibly. Our youth accounts are special, just like the kids in our community. Check out our See You Grow, See You Learn, and See You Prosper accounts for kids 0 to 18. These accounts are great to start managing finances. Open a youth account today for $1. TronaValley.com, member NCUA.
We're going to have to talk to TK Stout when we get the chance as we go to the top of the 2nd inning. So the Rough Riders caught batting out of order. Those are automatic outs. However, the run does count. As I'm looking at the scoreboard right now, it does say 1-0. And right now, I think Evanston's actually trying to decide if they need to go argue that point, because I see Steve Baldwin down there with the Game Changer iPad trying to sort through that sequence of events. If you're just joining us, I've never seen anything like it. We have on our order Jason Fink, then Matt Newland, but they batted out of order. It was Matt Newland, then Jason Fink, and both batters were called out on a, quite frankly, a mind-boggling mistake.
Yeah, never seen it before, because it's pretty hard to screw up, right? I mean, that's kind of the mean way of putting it. But I
don't know what to say here. It's a very interesting situation. I've never seen anything like that happen, as we'll get Quentin Elmer to start the first one. He checks the strike, checks his swing, and they're going to call it a ball, so he did not go. Nobody on. It's a 1-0 lead for Gillette, which if you told Evanston you're only going to give up 1 run after allowing 3 walks in an inning, Evanston will take that all day, as Elmer does offer at the 1-0. Next pitch in there for strike 1-2 for Brody Richardson, facing off against Quentin Elmer. It'll be Ryan Baldwin and Bodie Wicks also due up, the 5, 6, 7 hitters for the Outlaws. And the 1-2 on the way, and that one is down low, and we're back to 2-2.
And Elan, we talked with the head umpire, TK Stout, yesterday, and just kind of talked, some shop. And I asked him, is there an obscure call you're waiting to call? And I wish he said that, because that would have been a sign, as a strikeout there for Elmer. But that would have been the moment, right, for an umpire to seize the moment and go, no. This is not the correct order, although it is difficult.
But he doesn't have the lineup
Yes.
card, and it's Steve Baldwin, who's running Game Changer for Evanston, who caught that. And I think Baldwin might be the lead candidate for Dr. McKay Franco Precision Play of the Game.
Right, it's not on the umpire. It's not his responsibility to check who's walking up each time. He's just got to have it in his pocket, so if someone asks him a question, he can whip it out.
Great breaking ball by Richardson to Ryan Baldwin. Next one is a fastball in the zone inside for strike 2. Jagger Mitchell allows 1 run on no hits, maybe 1 error on the passed ball. And I don't even know what to do on the left on bases, as the next one misses for a ball. 1 ball, 2 strikes. I think 2 left on base and 2 strikeouts for Jagger Mitchell with 1, 2, 3, 4 walks, but I don't know if that's going to be counted as a walk, because one of them he was out of order. Check swing by Ryan Baldwin. It peeled down to the first base umpire, and they say he did not go. 2 balls, 1 strike.
Yeah, I'm not going to pretend to know what happens when you bat out of order and how to score it up.
Next one, 2-2 outside. Great pitch by Richardson. Gets Baldwin to offer at it here in the top of the second. 1-0 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. That'll bring up Bodie Wicks, the third baseman.
Yep, and that's 3 straight Ks for Richardson, just dealing right now for the Rough Riders.
Starting to settle in as he takes the yellow bat, offers at the changeup, and misses for strike 1.
This is one of my favorite times in baseball, because baseball is synonymous with summer, but sometimes in some northern states you get baseball players wearing hoodies underneath their jersey.
Next one, swing and a miss for strike 2 to Bodie Wicks. And we'll have our answers on who would be the next batter after that series of unusual events.
I would think it would be Matt Newland still.
Pitch outside for ball, but Newland already gotten at bat, though.
I agree.
So we'll see what happens.
I would just think he's going to get 2 to set it straight.
1 ball, 2 strikes to Bodie Wicks. And the offering. Wicks, solid contact at shortstop. Newland, throw to first to Fink, gets him in time for a out number 3. So a 6-3 put out ends the inning. 1-2-3 go the Outlaws. We'll have answers to questions when we come back on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaw Baseball on mylocalradio.com.
America keeps moving, and Auto Farm Chevrolet is here to help you keep rolling. Whether you need a brand new vehicle or service on one you already own, Auto Farm Chevrolet is here to lend a helping hand. Our certified mechanics are knowledgeable, and our sales team takes the time to get to know you and what your needs are. Stop in today, Auto Farm Chevrolet, 624 Front Street, Evanston. Evanston's community-driven dealer.
When your vehicle needs new tires, any tire store can get you back on the road. But only Plains Tire can get you rolling again with the peace of mind that you were treated well, paid a fair price, and that you'll be taken care of for the life of the tire. At Plains Tire, trained tire technicians mount and expertly balance your new tires, replace the valve stems, and hand check each lug nut to make sure it's all tight and secure. Plus, you'll get lifetime alignment checks and tire rotations only at Plains Tire, 157 Bear River Drive, Evanston. Visit plainstire.com.
Well, this game, no matter what happens, it may be known as the batting out of order game, where we're wondering what's going on. I see Matt Newland is swinging the bat to get ready, so he will be the leadoff man. So no at bat in the first inning for Newland.
Yeah, that's what I kind of suspected. That
Yeah,
you gotta,
since
set
he
the
would
record
have been the
straight.
third.
He should have batted there, so now
Yeah.
you're going to bat there.
So Fink bats out of order. He becomes the third out, and now Newland will get his first official at-bat of the game as Gillette leads 1-0 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. ELAN, OLLIFF, and Matthew Peterson here, and
That's the story of the game.
Yeah.
And I would just think that when the rule was created to not encourage people to try and be sneaky and bat around a bad batter, they force you to bat afterwards. You know what I mean? Because then you could get by him and maybe go into the next inning and not have him bat. But in all the games and years I've spent watching baseball, I don't think I've ever seen a bat out of order.
Neither have I, and that is a interesting situation that we had there, and we're gonna put that behind us and focus on the game. But it's gonna be hard not to look at how that. I mean, I don't think it's gonna affect the.
I think. I mean, there's a lot of baseball they play left, but they could have tacked on 3 runs right there at the base hit.
Exactly. So as Matt Newland steps in, the shortstop.
We also had a change in defense, so Jaden Snyder's out. And
We got a few changes. So Jaden Schneider came out
for Ashton Eldridge.
Yeah, let's pull that
Trying
up.
to see where Eldridge is playing now.
As Newland will take the first pitch and pop that one high into center field. Moyles makes the grab for out number 1. So 1 pitch, 1 out. Good look for the Evanston Outlaws.
That's what I call efficient right there.
Absolutely. 1-0 game as Gillette leads. Gillette, one of the top teams in the state. Looking at the defensive alignment, so it's Ashton Eldridge in left, Clayton Moyles in center, Quentin Elmer in right, Bodie Wicks at third, Talon Critchfield at short, Baldwin and Allred stay at first and second, Mitchell catching Greer as the first pitch to the next batter, which is Colton Gray, goes way inside. Great snag by Greer for ball 1. Nobody on with 1 down here in the bottom of the second. Jagger kicks and deals, swing and a miss for strike 1. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. A lot of ones on that scoreboard. Here in the bottom of the second, as gone is the beautiful weather we had yesterday, and it's definitely cooled down a little bit.
Yeah, it really has, and I would like to think that this will be some of the coldest baseball we see, as we're already into May now. So handful of teams started playing in April. You know that's going to be chilly up here. But as we cruise into May, hopefully it's just nice warm weather from here on out.
The 2-1 to Gray inside. 31 count for Jagger Mitchell to Colton Gray. And Aiden Dorr, the second baseman, stands on deck. And then we'll turn the order over for the Gillette Rough Riders. The 3-1 on the way, and that one up high, and a walk for Gray.
And this was kind of the issue in the last game against Casper. Early walks at the start of innings would be difficult for the Outlaws to overcome. And
we're going to have a pinch runner come on. That is number, cannot see the number. When he turns his back, I'll let you know. But a pitch runner just came on. He's a catcher, so it's a courtesy runner for the catcher, not a pitch runner. So his game is not over. As it will be Aiden Dorr, the second baseman. First pitch to Dorr in the zone. Great movement by Jagger Mitchell to get a first pitch strike. It's a 1-0 lead for Gillette on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard, as Evanston might have been bailed out a little bit by that odd play as Mitchell throws back to first to check up on the runner.
a lot of pros and cons you can take away from the Outlaws in their first weekend of action. But I think one big pro is they've got the pickoff mastered. We've seen them burn a couple teams here and there.
Mitchell offers the 0-1. Popped up high. Greer throws his helmet off, but it is on top of our heads for strike two. So no balls, 2 strikes to Colton Gray with 1 down and 1 on. Excuse me, that's Aiden Dorr. Colton Gray, the catcher, walked, but they put in a courtesy runner Don't have the number for him. As soon as we see a number, we'll let you know. The 0-2 on the way. Swing and a miss. Drop third strike, but there is no play for Aiden Dorr to make as first is already taken, and that is 2 quick outs for Jagger Mitchell. He'll face Joey Sturdivant, who he struck out to begin the game. It's a 1-0 lead for Gillette and Evanston, hanging with one of the top teams in the state at this point in time early in this matchup. Joey Sturdivant 0 for 1, struck out swinging to begin the game. Or actually not begin the game, begin the bottom of the first, as we are already at the bottom of the second. Mitchell offers, and that one down low for ball 1. Still trying to figure out who that runner on first is.
Yeah, he's not giving us much to work with. I've got it narrowed down to 2 options. I think it's either Leighton Holden or Zane Eliason.
Either way, he went in for the catcher, so that is a courtesy runner. That's something you'll see throughout the season. When the catcher gets on, they don't want the catcher running, so they'll move him out for a courtesy runner. Runner on first, 1 ball, no strikes, 2 down for Jagger Mitchell. And the 1-0. Trying to get that cutter, but it goes a little bit outside. 2 balls, no strikes.
Is it they don't want the catcher running, or they want to give him time to get his gear on?
Maybe, yeah. But when he got on base, there was only 1 down.
That was my first thought, too.
Yeah.
It's only 1, but I guess if double play was in effect, though.
And the 2-0. Inside, hitters count, 3 balls, no strikes to Joey Sturdivant. Mason Drube, who got the party started for Gillette, stands on deck after drawing a walk from Jagger Mitchell.
Yeah, Mason Drube in that last at-bat had the easiest job in the world, right? He just stood there, took the walk, and then 3 pass balls sent him around the bases.
I want to thank you for joining us on MyLocalRadio.com. The Evanston Outlaws will be back in action tomorrow against the Green River Knights as we open Ross Kesterson Field. First pitch scheduled at 5:30. The 3-1 from Mitchell. In the zone, throw to second is fielded by Critchfield, who does a good job tracking it down. Good idea from Greer, but it is a full count after the stolen base. 3-2, bottom of the second, or 3-2 count, bottom of the second to Joey Sturdivant. Runner in scoring position. Gillette leads by 1. Mitchell sets at the belt, checks the runner at second, lifts the leg and delivers. In the zone! What a pitch by Mitchell and what an inning. No runs scored, no hits given up by Mitchell, and it's still a 1-run lead for Gillette. We'll have the top of the third when we come back after this on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaw Baseball on MyLocalRadio.com.
The big difference that sets Freeway Tire apart from other tire stores is the fact that we care. We care about the customer service we provide, we care about selling quality products at fair prices, and we care about your vehicle. So when you're looking for tires or having work done on your vehicle, everything from maintenance to major repairs, make sure you take it to the company that really cares, Freeway Tires, on Bear River Drive in Evanston. Stop in today or schedule an appointment with us online at freewaytires.com.
As your local Ricoh, Toshiba, and Sharp dealer, Mountain West Business Solutions represents quality office equipment that lasts. We work with each client to understand your workflow, your goals, and your bottom line. Whether you lease or purchase office equipment, we have many ways to work with you to provide the best products at the best value. We also service and provide supplies for HP printers. Call Mountain West Business Solutions today. Let us help you find the best solutions for you and your business.
Top of the third, here we are, and the Evanston Outlaws will have the 8, 9, and leadoff hitters due up. That is Eric Greer, Ashton Eldridge, and an 0-for-1 Talon Critchfield. Eric Greer walks out with that gray hoodie under the jersey, as it has cooled off quite a bit, and Brody Richardson starts inning number 3 of work.
Yeah, I think at this point it's just about who's not wearing a hoodie, because on deck you see Eldridge, he's got his on, and I think Critchfield does as well.
First pitch to Greer is a swing and a miss for strike one. Everybody's doing I guess you call it the Belichick?
Yeah, I mean, well, Belichick's, he likes to cut it short.
Yeah.
And he also likes to sleep in it day in and day
Oh
out
my
while he
gosh.
never leaves the Foxborough premise. So I think it's got a lot of wear and tear to it.
1 ball, 1 strike to Eric Greer after the 0-1 misses, and here's the delivery. Swing and a miss for strike two. Ashton Eldridge stands on deck as the 1-2 is on the way. Up high, 2 balls, 2 strikes to Eric Greer. Greer not a big sample size as this is still opening weekend. Evanston got the opening day win against Laramie, lost to the 406 Flyers. Final score to that one, 9-5, and then just got done with a loss to the Oilers of Casper. Final score there is 11-2 as Greer will strike out to begin the inning. Here comes Ashton Eldridge. He steps in, and Evanston trying to get these young guys going as in through the first 3 games. They've gotten a lot of hits from the veterans, Gus Allred, Jagger Mitchell, and specifically Clayton Moyles. But they would like to see these younger guys have some breakout games, and you know every single one of them are due, and at some point, all of them are going to go off. The next pitch to Eldridge in the zone for strike one. 1 ball, 1 strike to Ashton Eldridge. As the wind starts to howl a little bit more. The 1-1. Swing and a miss for strike two. Brody Richardson has retired 5 straight batters and tries to put the changeup up high, but misses. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Eldridge.
Yeah, Ashton Eldridge pitched last night. Good work out of him. Strikeouts were high. Hits came with it too, though.
2-2, and the breaking ball catches the outside part of the zone for strikeout. And out number 2. Got him looking, and now here's Talon Critchfield, who flew out to the shortstop, Matt Newland, to open the game.
Yeah, it's a 5th strikeout for Richardson. Only one player's reached base so far, and that was Jagger Mitchell back in the first inning.
First pitch catches the outside part of the zone from the right-hander for strike one. Newland, hard-throwing right-hander, and the 0-1. Good placement there for Newland again. No balls, 2 strikes to Critchfield. And that'll bring Clayton Moyles stands on deck. If they can get to him, that'd be big. Newland sets at the belt, lifts the leg, and the 0-2. Way outside, and it'll be a ball. 2-strike approach coming for Talon Critchfield. If he is to get on, that'll bring up Clayton Moyles, who's 0 for 1 in the game. And the 1-2, and he went, and that will end it. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night. 3 strikeouts, and the Outlaws go down in order. We're off to the bottom of the 3rd after this on the First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaw Baseball on mylocalradio.com.
Gee, Tommy, you look amazing. Did you try something different with your enamel?
No way. I wouldn't do anything to alter these pearly whites, but I did see Dr. McKay Frankham, who told me if I didn't floss, I could miss up 35% of food particles.
Really? He told you that?
Yep, and you know what? He's 100% right. I started flossing, and now I look better than ever.
Wow, I want to see Dr. McKay Frankham.
Well, give him a call, 307-789-8910. Easy to remember, right? That's
super easy. Dr. McKay Frankham at 307-789-8910. I'll call today.
Signage is a critical part of your business. It helps customers find your front door. Rocky Mountain Sign will provide you with expertly designed signs, LEDs, channel letters, as well as skillfully cut signage using wood, metal, plastic, and other mediums to help your customers find you with high-quality signage. Using the best technology, designs, and installation by Rocky Mountain Sign. Your signage says a lot about your business. Work with the professionals at Rocky Mountain Sign, 243 7th Street in Evanston, Wyoming.
Hard-throwing Jagger Mitchell goes out for inning number 2, and I got to say, I like what I'm seeing for Jagger in his first start of the season. Only 1 run, but it was unearned, and Mitchell really seems to have settled in as he retired. He faced 4 batters in the second, kind of got helped out in that first inning.
Yeah, it's kind of been up and down a little bit, right? You
Yeah.
got 4 strikeouts, but the walks have been there. But the pass balls are not helping, of course. So it's tough to fully evaluate his outing so far. I think you need a little more time. Only been 2 innings. But I agree that the location and the repertoire has been impressive so far.
And you're seeing a lot of what we saw from Gus Allred, and just kind of going after batters, not really wasting any pitches, not thinking, all right, I'm going to move to the out. I'm going to try to take him outside, get him to chase. He's kind of doing the whole thing what we saw from Gus, which is the, hey, if you want it, come get it. Only 1 hit in the entire game, and it actually belongs to Jagger Mitchell. As we enter inning number 3.
It's kind of been, organized chaos a little bit, right?
Yeah.
You've got the walks, you've got the pass balls, the stolen bases, the out of order, but it's still just 1-0.
Yeah. It's kind of...
And just 1 hit.
Yeah. And that hit is coming to the team who's down on the scoreboard right now. Jagger Mitchell's double in the first. Now that'll bring up... We're 26. I believe this is a new batter.
No, Mason Drube.
Oh, sorry, looking at the wrong one. You're right, Mason Drube, who drew the walk, and he was the one who came around to score on the passed ball. And the first pitch to Drube. Down low for ball 1.
Yeah, a couple of these pitches from Jagger, though, and I talk about the location. One thing that's got to start getting cleaned up is he's missing down low, right? His breaking balls, his off-speed pitches, they're not sitting up as much as he would like, and it's making life difficult for his catcher, Eric Greer.
Mitchell, a catcher himself, trying to calm Greer down. It looks like they're kind of having a conversation. So Evanston in this game for sure. Only 1-0 Gillette. As Mason Drube steps into the batter's box from the right-handed side. Righty versus righty matchup as Jagger Mitchell gets ready to deliver the 1-0. Here's the delivery. Popped up high, and that's going to go foul. And for the second time, that one's on top of the roof. 1 ball, 1 strike. Ryan told me his dream is to be at the press box and to catch one through the window and call it as he catches it.
Well, did you see the Texas Tech broadcaster?
Yep.
I mean, he looked like he should retire broadcasting, maybe give baseball another chance. He just stuck his hand out there.
You want to describe that play for everybody who has not seen that video yet, as it's fouled off a 1 ball, 2 strikes?
Yeah, so there was a broadcaster for the Texas Tech Red Raiders who was calling a game and sitting behind the home plate dish and strike out there to retire Drew.
Big strikeout for Mitchell.
And basically, the ball comes his way, and in stride, he doesn't even raise his voice or panic as if this happens every day to him, just sticks his hand outside the window and seizes this ball midair. I mean, it looked like his hand had a magnet on it, and it was a fast ball. It was coming in hot, and afterwards he joked, like, I've caught it, and it hurts a lot.
First pitch to pitcher Brody Richardson, misses for a ball, and Jagger offers the 1-0. Nice slider trying to cut into the zone, but it misses down low. And as he mentioned, that's something that he's going to have to locate. Again, it's only his first start, so still plenty of time, and the 2-0. This one deep into left field, and it is foul. Hit a ton, though, by Brody Richardson.
Yeah, I think that might have left the ballpark, but in foul territory. And to close up the broadcaster catching baseball moment, I think if you, as a fan, want to talk to broadcasters and maybe you ask them what's the best game you've called and things like that, those questions are great and all, but I think the question they're all waiting to ask is, have you ever caught a ball? Because if they have, they're going to want to tell you all about it.
Pitch inside misses. 3 balls, 1 strike for Brody Richardson. Jagger Mitchell steps off the mound and going to try to regather his thoughts.
Richardson walked back in the first, looking for his first plate appearance to be scored.
Beautiful job. That little, I don't know what's called that. It had a lot of movement on it.
It looked like a curveball.
Kind of a slurve.
Started up high and came down.
Slider curveball there from Jagger Mitchell. And the 3-2, swing and a miss, and it's back-to-back strikeouts for Jagger Mitchell. He might be settling in now. That is 4 straight Ks for the Evanston High School senior. I'll bring up Corey Schilling, who struck out first time up back in the first. And with 2 down, nobody on. Pitch by Mitchell. This one, chopper at third base through the legs of Wicks. Great play by Critchfield to cover it and keep the runner at first.
Yeah, the hot corner has been problematic so far for the Outlaws. That's the one part defensively they're really going to focus on in practice this upcoming week, because a handful of choppers and ground balls have slipped through the left side. So early in the season, but it's something worth noting that's going to be something they have to address.
I believe that's going to get scored in E5 as Colson
indeed.
Cluck comes in. First at bat, walked his first time. First pitch outside, great read by Greer to Critchfield. Did he get him? No, he loses the ball, but the tag was there. Good play by Greer. Critchfield looked like he had him, but the ball squirts out.
Yeah, I think he had him dead to rights, and just the ball comes out at the end. Excellent toss by Greer. Hooks up with his shortstop Critchfield. Just couldn't finish the play off.
I'll bring up Colson Cluck still with no balls, 1 strike, 2 down. And the 0-1 inside for ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Colson Cluck standing in scoring position as it's only a 1-run lead for Gillette at this moment in time here in the bottom of the 3rd. Actually, they just corrected it. It's 2 balls, no strikes. And the pitch in the zone. Now it's 2 balls, 1 strike for Mitchell. 2 down. If Schilling is to come around and score, it would be another unearned run given up by the Evanston Outlaws today, as that error would have been the 3rd out. Pitch by Mitchell. This one, chopper at Wicks. He can't get it, but it's foul. So it'll go down as a strike. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Colson Cluck.
Yeah, that's also been another story this weekend, has been the unearned runs. A lot came across against the Flyers and as well as the Casper Oilers early on.
2-2 is the count, and a 1-0 lead for Gillette here in the bottom of the 3rd with 2 down and a runner on second. Mitchell lifts the leg and delivers. This one fouled behind the dish, and it'll hold 2-2. And baseball is one of those unique sports where you have a stat where you can say, hey, this team actually won it, or we kind of gave this one up when you look at runs to unearned runs.
Yeah, self-inflicted wounds.
And that's been the story today, as they gave up quite a few in the first game today, as this one is fouled. Drops in front of Greer, so it'll hold at 2-2. So we got a battle between Colson Cluck and Jagger Mitchell. Clayton Moyle started that first game, went 2 innings pitched. No earned runs, but 5 came across the dish. The 2-2. Outside, great stop by Greer, though, and it is a full count to Cluck.
Yeah, big payoff pitch coming up right now, because if Mitchell walks Cluck, all of a sudden you've got 2 runners on. None of them are going to be earned runs, but it's going to start building momentum for a Gillette team that's trying to pull away from a lingering Evanston team.
The 3-2. In the zone, down he goes. Cluck cannot believe it, but Jagger Mitchell gets out of the inning. No runs scored, no hits, and it's still a 1-0 game heading into the 4th inning. We'll be right back after this on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaw Baseball on mylocalradio.com.
In May of 2019, Uintah County School District Number 1 became the first school district in Wyoming to achieve a certified Level 1 on high reliability schools by the Rosanna Leadership Center. We're focusing on 3 levels. Level 1 is a safe and collaborative culture. Level 2, effective teaching in every classroom. And Level 3 is a guaranteed and viable curriculum. We are certified Level 1 in safe and collaborative culture. This is Superintendent Ryan Thomas. Congratulations to everyone in our district. Keep up the great work.
Uintah County School District Number 1, Pathway to Excellence.
Nothing makes your kid feel like a superstar more than seeing his or her very own Fathead in the stands. Fathead car decals and yard signs are inexpensive and easy to get at Rocky Mountain Sign in Evanston. Whether it's for the big game or to cheer on the high school band, our children make us proud in so many ways. Show your pride today. Go Red Devils! West Star Printing and Rocky Mountain Sign, 243 7th Street, Evanston.
To the top of the 4th we go, and the Outlaws still locked in a 1-run battle with the Gillette Rough Riders, the number 2 team in the state and the reigning state runner-up. As we hit the 4 o'clock hour, and it'll be Clayton Moyles who steps in. Did he go? No! Nice check swing by Moyles, and it's 1 ball, no strike. Moyles ground out to second base, his first at-bat here in a 1-0 game. Next pitch to Moyles, fouled way into the back screen for strike 1.
Yeah, Richardson has faced the minimum in the last 2 innings. Just one player to get aboard safely for the Outlaws.
The 1-1. Swing and a miss, and Moyles down to his final strike right now. As Coach Jason Mitchell just shouted some instructions. It'll be Clayton Moyles, Jagger Mitchell, and Gus Allred, the most experienced part of this order. The 1-2 outside. Good hold by Moyles, because that could have easily gone one way or the other. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Clayton, as he has been dominant at the plate in this opening weekend. Next one outside, 3 balls, 2 strikes. So going from a pitcher's count to a full count.
Yeah, patience from Moyles has brought him back into this count.
If he can get on, that'd be big for the Outlaws. It'd be the first time they have the leadoff man on. Missed it, and Moyles gets on. That'll bring up Jagger Mitchell, who hit the double. And you know what? With Moyles' speed, if he can repeat that, we might be looking at a tie ball game.
Yeah, Moyles very speedy up there on first base, and Outlaws with a good opportunity to try and equalize the score with the leadoff man, as base runners have come at a premium so far.
Mitchell's done a great job on the mound. Can he help his case out behind the plate? Or at the plate, excuse me. Nobody down, 1 on. And the pitch to Mitchell missed barely up high for ball 1. Tying run on in the form of Clayton Moyles after he worked a walk to lead off the 4th. Next pitch. Mitchell pops this one into deep left field, back to the fence, and it is caught. Moyles is going to tag up and advance to second. Smart baseball by Clayton Moyles. And a F7 for Jagger. 1 down, but a runner in scoring position for the Outlaws.
Yeah, I mean, Mitchell really gave that one a good ride. It sent the left fielder, Sturdivant, all the way back towards the warning track and near the fence.
A little bit more, and Evanston's got a 1-run lead.
Trying to get a good beat on where the wind is blowing. I think it's blowing in, which did not help Mitchell.
And you know what? If this game was being played at the Evanston ballpark, that's a 2-run shot. First pitch to Allred, I believe, missed for a ball, so I think we're at a 1-0 count. Throw back to second. No one is there, though.
Yeah, I mean,
it was a fake. Kind of looked him over.
He would have had Moyles, but there's a reason why Moyles took that huge lead. No one's even close to the bag.
With one down and a runner in scoring position, Allred with a base hit could tie this up. The pitch to Allred. Inside for ball one. So apparently that was the first pitch of the at-bat. I thought there was one before that, but I might have missed it. 1 ball, no strikes to Gus Allred. And a big lead by Moyles. Allred misses it. The ball is in the dirt. Moyles thought about going, and with that type of lead, he possibly could have gotten there, but wisely holds up. 2 balls, no strikes to Allred. 1 down, and Moyles stands on second. Richardson sets at the belt, kicks and delivers the 2-0, and he steps off the rubber to check up on Moyles, who is definitely in the head of Brody Richardson right now.
Yeah. Pitchers sometimes can just get bothered by base runners.
The 2-0 in the zone for strike one. Caught it as he offered speed at Allred.
And you know what? Pitchers who don't often have base runners on tend to get bothered by them the most. It's a great video.
That's a good point.
Yeah. I'll talk about it in a second here.
2-1. This one chopped down the first base line, and it goes foul.
Kenley Jensen, the closer for the Dodgers, especially closers, they don't get many base runners on, but there's a great video one time where he had a base runner on, and the base runner was just getting all sorts of in his head, and he couldn't handle it.
And he balked him over to third.
He just balked him away to get him out of his peripheral vision.
Yep, I remember that.
He was standing at second. He was clapping his hands. He couldn't take it. He balked and said, "Take your base and get out of my head."
2 balls. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Apologies. To Allred. Swing and a miss for a strikeout, and out number 2. Allred slams the bat down in frustration, and that'll now bring up Quentin Elmer, who with a chance to break out in his first weekend in the Double-A. Elmer steps in on the left-handed side of the batter's box. Clayton Moyles, big lead off of second, and lifted his leg and put it down, and then stepped off the mound. That is definitely getting in his head, and I think Evanston is realizing if you can get runners on, you can cause some problems, but that's going to be the battle. Pitch to Elmer. He fouls it off for strike one.
Yeah, Elmer so far on the young season, 1 for 6. That one hit, though, was an RBI single back in the first game against Laramie, so trying to recapture some of that magic he had yesterday afternoon.
Evanston currently stands with a 2-1 record, and Jason Mitchell wants clarification on something. It looks like he was asking if that one was kind of tipped foul, and it was. The 0-1 from Richardson to Elmer, outside for ball one. Really fast pitch coming from Richardson. Runner on second is Clayton Moyles. He got there. After drawing the walk, Mitchell moved him over on a deep fly ball to left field. That without the wind would have gone. Nice hold by Elmer. Checks his swing. 2 balls, 1 strike. Evanston fans, with the wind blowing in, are going to be wondering about that deep Jagger Mitchell fly for a little bit. Next one to Elmer. Swing and a miss for strike 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Elmer. 2 down. And Moyles stands on second. As Evanston trails 1-0 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. The 2-2. Down low, and it's a full count. Big payoff pitch coming to Quentin Elmer. Great battle that he's put on here.
Ryan Baldwin is on deck right now for Evanston.
Richardson delivers the 3-2. In the zone, and he goes down, and Brody Richardson gets out of it again. It's still a 1-0 lead for Gillette We'll be right back with the bottom of the fourth after this on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Post 41 Baseball on MyLocalRadio.com.
Trona Valley Federal Credit Union is a not-for-profit financial institution. When you become a member, you are an owner of the credit union. We believe in people over profit, and that impacts the way we do business from our overall structure down to the smallest detail. Our philosophy sets us apart, and we're here for you. Earn more with our high-yield checking account, start a savings goal, check out our competitive loans, and much more. Become a member today. We're a caring partner dedicated to your financial success. Member NCUA.
This First Bank of Wyoming broadcast of Outlaws Baseball is brought to you in part by Hoover Chiropractic. Dr. Todd Hoover does all the chiropractic work you need, as well as blood work, dietary supplements, a weight loss program, x-rays, and he can help you get rid of migraines and allergies.
We got some defensive changes. According to Game Changer, it says Ashton Eldridge is not playing third base, but I'm seeing Ashton Eldridge at the hot corner. Ethan Buse has entered the game, and I think Buse is going to right field.
Number 12 is at third base right now, which is indeed Eldridge.
Yeah, I think Buse is in right field. Yes. So, all right, let's go from left to right. In left field, that is
I think you got updated.
Quentin Elmer.
Yep, you got Elmer in left, Moyles in center and Buse in
right. Yeah, it's definitely Ethan Buse in right. So Eldridge, yeah, it updated on Game Changer. Talon Critchfield now playing shortstop. Ryan Baldwin, Gus Allred. Wow, still at first and second. Jagger Mitchell will start inning number 4 of his shift today in Casper, as the Evanston Outlaws trail a close game.
Should be Jason Fink batting right now, but nothing's a guarantee with this Gillette lineup, right? No, just kidding. But yeah, the first baseman, Jason Fink, coming up for, I don't know, is this his first at-bat?
I think Fink was, I don't know, because the last time he was up,
how do you
he
score?
was batted out of order. So let me check Game Changer and see what they have Fink at. No at-bat.
Yeah.
So, but they still have him with a walk. But he was declared out on being out of order. So
we don't know.
Who knows?
He's batting now, though.
Jagger Mitchell steps into the bump to face Fink. And the first pitch. This one into left field. Retreating back is Elmer. Did he make the grab? Yes, he did! Quentin Elmer! What a grab by Quentin Elmer to keep the Gillette Rough Riders at bay. My goodness. As that one was sent deep, we don't have it on camera, but look at the reaction from the Outlaws as soon as it's called. Jagger Mitchell is pumped.
Yeah, big sigh of relief because that was going to be an extra base hit. But Elmer comes down, belly up or belly down, and sticks that mitt into the air, saying, hey, I've got it.
First pitch to Newland. It misses for ball 1. Quentin Elmer with the play of the game thus far for the Outlaws.
Yeah, excellent play out in left field, and that's why manager Chad Thompson moved him to left. He had him in right. Figured why have him move all across the diamond like that? Well, you want sometimes your best fielder or second best outfielder out and left.
2 balls, no strikes to Matt Newland. Mitchell kicks and delivers with 1 down and gets it to fall in the zone even though he was falling off the mound as he delivered it.
Yeah, he lost his footing but somehow gets the call. I think it's the right call too. But now it's 2 balls and 1 strike.
The 2-1. Beautiful pitch by Mitchell, who puts the 2-seamer in there. And it's 2 balls, 2 strikes to Matt Newland, who flew out to begin the second inning. 2-2. Swing and a miss, that one in the dirt. It's picked up by Greer. Throw to first. Easy out, number 2. So the Red Devils, quickly get 2 down, and that'll bring up Colton Gray, who drew a walk against Jagger Mitchell the first time he faced him back in the second. And we are here in the bottom of the 4th. And Evanston playing much more sound and much better in this game than they did against the Casper Oilers, which that's saying something when you can do that against a high-quality opponent like Gillette. First pitch in the zone for strike 1.
Yeah, the Outlaws are not catching Gillette on a good day, and it's just a one-run affair right now. So a win would be huge for Evanston because you know they're not going to be easy to come by when you go up against Gillette. So if the Rough Riders are going to hand them out, you got to take them.
Chopper to Baldwin to first. 1-2-3 inning, and the Evanston Outlaws send it to the 5th. It's still a 1-run lead for Gillette in a pitcher's duel on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaw Baseball on mylocalradio.com.
What do you do when you lose a tooth? Put it under your pillow. Under my pillow.
If they hold this thing at 1-0,
Put it in.
Well, yeah, this is the game that.
Because then the tooth fairy.
Oh yeah.
Fairy comes. Or the tooth fairy. So the tooth fairy can come get them. And then what happens? I get money.
We may not be the tooth fairy, but we can still take care of your teeth. Bear River Dental in Evanston.
The best cement comes from Ellingford Brothers in Evanston. They've been mixing cement for every type of job for generations. Major construction, road and bridge, cement blocks, foundations, sidewalks, curb and gutter, cement steps, septic tanks, and water troughs. No job is too large or too small. Make sure you get the best quality cement available at the best prices. Always get your cement from Ellingford Brothers. Call today. Ellingford Brothers, we know cement. 307-789-1515.
Into the top of the 5th, and if this remains a 1-run game, you got to wonder what is the ruling on that run that scored for Gillette. I really don't know, because here's the situation. The passed ball that scored Mason Drube was pitched to Matt Newland, I believe, and that's what scored Drube. Matt Newland was the one who batted out of order. So now it gets very, very interesting. I mean, I'm not sure what happens with that.
Yeah, I'm going to try to do some research to figure out. I want to give TK Stout, the umpire, the benefit of the doubt, and I'm sure he's got the correct ruling, but I just want to look myself.
This is so obscure, we don't know. We really don't know. I don't know if anyone knows. So we're going to, if you can figure that out, that would be good. As Evanston will have Ryan Baldwin leading off the 5th inning. And this game has flown by. I did not see what time they threw first pitch at. As we go into the top of the 5th, 1-0 Gillette. First pitch from Richardson, bunt foul by Baldwin. This is also an interesting situation. We are in the equivalent of the 7th inning, so you can kind of talk about it as Baldwin swings. Jagger Mitchell's in line for the loss, but he's also given up 0 hits. As it's 0-2 to Ryan Baldwin. That just kind of fits the narrative of how strange this game has been as Baldwin goes down looking to open up the first inning. Bodie Wicks now steps in. Or excuse me, that's not Bodie Wicks. That'll be Ethan Buse who comes in. Real quick, your thoughts on that little storyline, Matthew Peterson?
I'm trying to figure out here, but Bodie Wicks coming up here to the plate, like you said.
Ethan Buse, actually,
Ethan Buse, I beg your pardon.
No, I'm just talking about how this is a 1-run game.
Yeah.
The run was scored in a very, very weird fashion. We had the bat out of order, and a pitcher is throwing a no-hitter, but that pitcher is in line for a loss.
Yeah, I mean, it's very strange. It's one of those kind of will actually kind of people that go, well, you can throw a no-hitter and still lose. Drop third strike and he runs all the way around. No one likes that guy at the baseball party. But it is possible, and I think we're watching it. But on the flip side for the Outlaws, they are kind of lucky that it's just a one-run game. When you look at the situations, this one's chopped to first. And
Fink takes it over, tags the bag, and that's out number 2.
That the Rough Riders could have tacked on a lot more, but because they batted out of order, they took that chance away. So now the ball's in Evanston's court to take advantage of that huge missed opportunity.
But at the same time, I mean, Evanston defense has settled in since that inning ended.
Yeah, and so that's what I'm saying. The Outlaws kind of get the offense going here. Because it's just one run, but it could have been 2 or 3 with a base hit.
First pitch to Eric Greer misses in there for strike 1. Apologies. And, I'll say it again. If this holds as a one-run game, if this score holds as 1-0, I don't know. It's going to be a discussion point. It's going to be a discussion point, and you really don't know what's going on. The 0-2 to Greer misses, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes to Eric Greer. And I know I'm kind of beating a dead horse right now, but it's going to go down as the out of order game as Wick strikes out to end the inning and sends us to the home part of the 5th. 1-2-3 inning for the Outlaws, and now the Rough Riders will take to the batter's box. We'll have the bottom of the 5th when we come back after this on the first Make of Wyoming presentation of Outlaw Baseball on mylocalradio.com.
There's a reason Rocky Mountain Yeti is Southwest Wyoming's #1 dealer. Come in and see what all the buzz is about. Voted Best of Evanston by you. Best of Evanston in new car sales, used car sales, and Best of Evanston in service. We have the best selection of inventory in town, paired with our legendary 20-year, 200,000-mile warranty. Come see us today at one of our 2 locations, 100 Wasatch Road or Yeti on 3rd next to Walmart. Let us help get you on your next adventure today. Rocky Mountain Yeti, legend driven.
Time flies, especially when you're having fun. This is Jeremy Rex, manager at T-Bar-S in Evanston. It's hard to believe that we've been here almost a year with our new management team and staff. Did you know that you can have your vehicle detailed, your windshield replaced, chip repair done, or get your trailer refinished or rewired at T-Bar-S? Of course, we are a full-service collision repair shop, too. You can even change your oil and your brakes. Visit T-Bar-S today. Let T-Bar fix your car. 515 County Road, Evanston.
You want to talk about a pitcher's duel? How about a pitcher's duel where you have 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 strikeouts for one and 8 strikeouts for the other as we go to the bottom of the 5th. Jagger Mitchell starting inning number 5 of work and has played very, very well. He's pitched very, very well against this top-flight team from Gillette.
Yep, indeed he has, and now it's up to this Outlaw defense to try and keep it at a 1-run game in the home 5th inning.
Mitchell has looked very, very calm at points, and quietly, and I just counted it up, he has got, and I'm double-checking my math, I've got him at 8 strikeouts. That's 1 less than Gus Allred.
I'll count myself here. I got 8 indeed, yep.
Yeah. So quietly, he has equaled Allred, and they've got the same number of earned runs. It's 1 passed ball. That's the difference. Just an absolutely fascinating game that we've got going on here at field number 4 here in Casper. As leading off the inning will be Aiden Dorr, who struck out back in the 2nd.
It has been a pitcher's duel. I mean, you check out Jagger Mitchell's done. Has come close to facing the minimum in the last couple innings. Has induced some flyouts and ground balls and whatnot, but his defense has stood strong behind him after kind of a rough start in the 1st inning.
And it is still a 1-0 lead for Gillette. Mitchell deals the first one. Bunt misses for strike 1. It was one of those ones where Dorr tried to bunt it and take off as fast as he could, but he couldn't put the bat on the ball. No balls, 1 strike to Dorr. Mitchell delivers outside and for ball 1. After this one, it'll be a quick post-game show as we have a long drive back to Evanston. So we'll do this one, do a quick post-game show, and see you tomorrow night for Green River. But this one, not even close to being over, you get the feeling, as it is a miss for a ball. 2 balls, 1 strike for Aiden Dorr. Only 1 walk given up by Jagger Mitchell to my account, and 1 walk given up by Brody Richardson to my account as well, as Mitchell hits the zone to turn it into a pitcher's count. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Excellent curveball right there by Jagger. Just sat itself down right in the strike box.
The 2-2. This one fouled, so it'll remain 2-2. And Mitchell, who will try to keep this streak going. He's retired 4 straight batters. Mitchell settles, and the 2-2. Outside, full count. Payoff pitch oncoming.
You can really tell that Eric Greer has gotten a lot more comfortable behind the dish, has been limiting some of those wild pitches and not turning them into pass balls and not letting them get by him.
That one is missed for a ball. I thought he offered a swing, but it was probably the way he put the bat down, and that is going to be a walk for Aiden Dorr. And that puts the runner on. Not sure what time the first pitch was thrown, but this game has...
First pitch I got at 3:06.
So this game has flown by. Next one, late bunt,
No
throw
one's
to
there.
second. No one is there, and it goes into center field, but Moyles was there to back up the throw. Greer with the right idea, but no one was there, and Dorr will advance to scoring position on the play.
Yep, now the Rough Riders with no outs and a runner at second trying to extend this lead.
Take away any question right now, as their 1 run came in that sequence that involved the Rough Riders batting out of order. Bunt is laid down perfectly along the third base line. He's going to get there. What a bunt laid down by Joey Sturdivant.
Yeah, who said small ball was dead? I mean, that was a perfect bunt. Just no play to be made by Eldridge at third. By the time he picks it up, I mean, the runner is essentially crossing first base.
That is the first hit of the game for Gillette.
Yep, comes in the 5th inning.
And Mitchell has to take a deep breath and reset himself. Here comes Drube, who's 0 for 1 with a strikeout. Runners on the corners and nobody down. The pitch. In the zone. Throw to second is not going to be in time. Greer tries to stop the runner from going, but he will get there. It's a stolen base for Joey Sturdivant.
Well, it's a bit of a trick play. You've got the shortstop Critchfield creeping in front of the bag, and they're trying to tempt the runner at third Dorr to go home, and it worked in the Outlaws' favor against Laramie last night. They actually got a runner out that way.
2 balls, no strikes after Mitchell misses inside with nobody out. Trying to see if there's any action in the Evanston bullpen. There is not as of yet. Nobody down. The 2-0 outside. Good snag by Greer, and it's a hitter's count. 3 balls, no strikes. Trying to work a second walk. And the 3-0 outside. Bases loaded after the free trip for Mason Drube.
That's going to send Brody Richardson to the plate. 0 for 1 today. Got a walk in the first and struck out swinging in the third.
Aiden Dorr stands on third base. Joey Sturdivant on second, and Drube, who just drew the walk, on first. And Coach Thompson goes out to talk with Jagger. And it is a him and Coach Thompson only meeting. We'll see if they're going to let him keep going, as he has been dealing as of late, but he's worked himself into a situation.
Yeah, 2 walks and a single allowed, and play's going to be at home in a tight contest like this. Don't want to let Gillette add on any more runs, as it's been tough for the Outlaw offense to get much scoring going themselves.
And Mitchell will stay on the mound. That is a new batter coming in for, no, that's Brody Richardson, excuse me.
So you know they're going to send out Richardson most likely in the next inning.
First pitch inside for ball 1.
Brody, a strong hitter coming into this season, into today, I should say. Batting in the 200s so far.
Next pitch in there for strike 1. Richardson comes in 0 for 1 with a walk and a strikeout. And the 1-1. That one off of Greer, and that is going to bring a run home for Dorr. And a passed ball makes it a 2-0 game. And Gillette finally gets that second run after 4 innings of scoreless ball.
Yeah, an unearned run, too. Another pass ball is going to be the talking point here, as this one's going to get by as well.
Swing and a miss, and another pass ball. Now there's a situation at second and third. Getting back there in time, though, is Mason Drube.
Little surprised you didn't see Sturdivant at third try and make a dash for a home, but a heads-up play by Mitchell not to try and force a play at second with Drube. It would have built up to maybe a error.
Solid contact in the gap between the shortstop, diving, almost getting it as Critchfield 1 run scores, and it could have been much worse as Richardson gets a single and advances to second on the throw. Still nobody down, and now Gillette starting to pull away a little bit. 3-0 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard.
It makes you wonder the next time the Outlaws go to bat if now they got to have a bigger sense of urgency, because it's not a one-run game. You can't put it off. You got to start picking up hits and runs soon.
And they'll bat in this is the bottom of the 5th, as a great breaking ball finds the zone for Mitchell.
First things first, no out still, so the Rough Riders are not going away. They got 2 runners in scoring position.
0-1. That one popped up high. Greer lost it, and another run scores. On a passed ball. I believe that's a passed ball. I could be wrong.
I would say passed ball as well.
And that's 3 runs for the Rough Riders in the bottom of the 5th. And that's might be the end of the day for Jagger Mitchell. And again, 1 earned run I got here as Sturdivant got on with a single. Mitchell with a great opening performance here in 2021. But eventually this Rough Rider team has found a way. And now you can definitely sense the momentum going all the direction of Gillette. 4-0 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. Jagger Mitchell, did he get the ball taken away? He did, and I think they're going to give it to Talon Critchfield. So Critchfield warms up. We'll be right back after this on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaw Baseball on mylocalradio.com.
Whatever takes you to Evanston, whether it's high school sports, a teaching conference, music festivals, speech and debate, or your job, always book your hotel reservations at the Best Western Dunmar Inn. With 165 ground-level rooms on 10 acres, the Best Western offers everything you need, including newly renovated rooms, a business office, workout room, outdoor pool, and full-service restaurant, plus complimentary breakfast with every stay. Whenever you're in Evanston, make your hotel reservations with your friends at the Best Western Dunmar Inn.
The best live coverage of local sports, weather, local news, and radio classifieds. Plus job listings, fun giveaways, and more. It's all on mylocalradio.com. Watch live as your high school teams clash with their biggest rivals. Listen to the latest from your team's coaches, catch up on local and regional news, and get accurate weather conditions and forecasts. Visit mylocalradio.com, like us on Facebook, and stream it all now. We can't quite close the book on Jagger Mitchell yet, but we can tell you that he turned in I got to do the math really quick, a 8 strikeout performance in his first start of the season, and it came against a very tough Gillette lineup. A lot of people picking them as the number 2 team in the state right now, as it'll be Quentin Elmer coming on for his first appearance in relief for the first time this year.
Yep, Elmer comes out of left field, where he made a phenomenal play earlier, and now he's going to try and help his Outlaw team get out of this jam with no outs and runners aboard.
Both runners on are going to be charged to Jagger Mitchell if they score, as one got on, or only one on, sorry. So there's only a runner 90 feet away. Jagger Mitchell is responsible for that runner, as it is Brody Richardson.
Lining one into left field. Caught, runner tags, and play at home is not in time.
So to a first out and the bases cleared, a nice kind of reset if you are the Outlaws, but the runner does score, and it's a 5-0 lead for the Rough Riders.
Yep, Corey Schilling with the sacrifice flyout. And that sends up Colson Cluck.
So now we can shut the book on Jagger Mitchell. It is 5 runs and 1-2 earned, according to my count. As Quentin Elmer will face off against Cluck. This one sharply hit at the second baseman, picked up and barehanded to first. The throw is on the ground and pass all red, and that's going to be a E4. E4, yeah. So Cluck gets on with the E4, and with one down and now a runner on second. Five nothing as the Rough Riders have opened this one up, and that'll bring up Jason Fink here in the 5th. The pitch outside for ball 1, and now you hate to think about it with how well Evanston has played, but in the 5th inning, if Gillette gets to 8, it's over. 1 ball, no strikes. 2 balls, no strikes to Fink, as that winning run stands on deck. 1 out. And the pitch. Fly ball into left field, and that one is caught for out number 2. New left fielder, by the way, is Talon Critchfield. So that's 2 down for the Outlaws, or for the Rough Riders, rather.
Yeah, Mitchell moved to short, by the way, after getting relieved. So Critchfield ends up where he started the game in left field after moving around a little bit.
Matt Newland steps in. He is 0 for 2, flying out to center field and striking out his previous 2 plate appearances. First pitch misses for ball 1. Elmer checks the runner at second. That is Colson Cluck. Throw back to second, and Baldwin able to stop it.
Yeah, excellent play by Baldwin. That throw from the mound was low and into the ground, and Baldwin doing a great job of keeping his body in front of it, not letting it slip by and into center field.
The 1-0. Fouled behind the screen and into the field behind us for strike one. One ball, one strike. Coming to Matt Newland. Elmer checks the runner at second and delivers. Outside, ball two. 2 balls, 1 strike, and Newland will be followed by Colton Gray, who represents the winning run for Gillette in this inning if they can go up by 8. The pitch inside for a 31 count. And Elmer will just step off the mound, take a deep breath, as this game has been broken open in the 5. It was a 1-0 game coming into it, as Elmer delivers outside for the walk. And with 2 down, it's a runner on first and second, and the winning run comes to the plate in the form of Colton Gray. They've almost gone through the entire order in this inning, as it was led off by Aiden Dorr.
Yeah, winning run, by the way, in terms of a run rule.
Yeah.
This isn't a walk-off. Well, kind of a walk-off, but an odd one.
It would be very odd.
But, yeah, I guess if he hits a home run here, once the inning ends, then the game's over.
I don't know. I think they'd probably call it right then and
You
there,
think
since
so?
they're at the
2
bottom.
outs?
They're at the bottom.
I don't know.
So, first pitch to Gray outside for a ball. No balls. Excuse me, 1 ball, no strikes. 5-0 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. Swing and a miss for strike 1. Colton Gray, he drew a walk. His first at bat back in the second, then grounded out to Ryan Baldwin at second base. As Elmer checks the runner and the delivery. In the zone for strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And you know what? If Evanston can get out of this with a 5-run deficit, we saw them down by 5 to 406 last night and pull within 1. So you never know what's going to happen as the ball is inside. Great stop by Greer. Holding at second is Colson Cluck. So 2 balls, 2 strikes. 2 away and 2 on. Runners at first and second. Elmer sets and delivers. Outside, full count.
Yeah, big payoff pitch coming up here for Elmer. I mean, tough when your first appearance comes in a tough situation with runners aboard, minimal outs. But he's done a good job so far of weathering the storm, and 1 strikeout will get him out of this mess.
The 3-2. Outside and bases loaded. And with 2 down, that'll bring up Aiden Dorr for a second at bat in the inning. And the winning run is on for the Rough Riders. By the way, running on. I cannot see the number. When he came on, I thought his back was going to turn to me a little bit. But it is going to be a courtesy runner for Aiden Dorr.
Yeah, number 5 out there. I think it is. Leighton Holden.
So Holden will go on to run for Gray as the first pitch is in the dirt. Good stop by Greer to hold the runners at bay. 1 ball, no strikes to Aiden Dorr, who drew a walk to begin the 5th inning, which is where we are now. 1 ball, no strikes, and that one, nice 2-seamer right down the middle. 1 ball, 1 strike. 2 down, and the base is loaded. Evanston trail by 5. Inside, gets away from Greer, and another run will score for Gillette. Moving the runners up each a base. A passed ball, that scores
Colson
Cluck, yeah.
who got out with an error, so that run's not going to be charged to Elmer.
Colton Gray got on, and then he was pitch run for Leighton Holden. That one inside, and that one's going to bounce up high, and Just like that, it's a 7-0 lead, and the winning run, I believe, stands 90 feet away. 3 balls, 1 strike. Sorry, I haven't kept up on the scoreboard, on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. And Gillette has come into this inning firing on all cylinders. Newland scored. He got on via walk, so that won't be an earned run either. Dorr takes the 3-1 outside, and runners on the corners for Gillette. And that'll bring up Sturdivant, who got a single last time up. And a single here would put Gillette up by 8, and I believe that would be enough to activate the run rule. Elmer sets at the belt, kicks and deals. Outside, away, and that could do it. And a pass ball scores Colton Gray, and I think that is it for the game.
Yeah, the body language is indicating.
Are they going to let 8-0 in the 5th inning? It's 8 after 4.5. I think that's it.
My only thought is, do they finish the out?
No, because it's the inning would be over because this is the bottom of it.
Yeah, I agree. I just don't know.
I think that's it because this happened when Evanston played Gillette the first time. Yep, that's the game. So your final score on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard, 8-0. A passed ball scores the winning run. We'll be right back after this with our post-game coverage. It'll be brief on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaw Baseball on mylocalradio.com.
The best cement comes from Ellingford Brothers in Evanston. They've been mixing cement for every type of job for generations. Major construction, road and bridge, cement blocks, foundations, sidewalks, curb and gutter, cement steps, septic tanks, and water troughs. No job is too large or too small. Make sure you get the best quality cement available at the best prices. Always get your cement from Ellingford Brothers. Call today. Ellingford Brothers, we know cement. 307-789-1515. Two roads diverged in a wood, and I had just purchased new tires at Plains Tire in Evanston. The trained tire technicians at Plains Tire expertly mounted, balanced, and aligned my new tires, so I was feeling good. While I was there, they changed my oil, checked my brakes, fixed my AC, and made sure my shocks were in tip-top shape. And with their lifetime alignment checks and tire rotations, I was ready to roll. So, thanks to Plains Tire, when two roads diverged in a wood, I took the one less traveled. Plains Tire, 157 Bear River Drive, Evanston.
Signage is a critical part of your business. It helps customers find your front door. Rocky Mountain Sign will provide you with expertly designed signs, LEDs, channel letters, as well as skillfully cut signage using wood, metal, plastic, and other mediums to help your customers find you with high-quality signage. Using the best technology, designs, and installation by Rocky Mountain Sign. Your signage says a lot about your business. Work with the professionals at Rocky Mountain Sign, 243 7th Street in Evanston, Wyoming.
All right, we got a long way to go back to Evanston, so we are going to zoom through our post-game show. Let's start with the Dr. McKay Frankum Precision Play of the Game, brought to you by Dr. McKay Frankum Precision Dentistry, brought for the whole family. Final score, 8-0 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard, and we're giving it to Quentin Elmer. This one was driven deep into left field. Elmer goes back on the run and makes a Willie Mays-style catch to get an out. And that is your Dr. McKay Frankum Precision Play of the Game, brought to you by Dr. McKay Frankum Precision Dentistry for the whole family. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll have our Jimmy John's Freaky Fast recap and call it a opening weekend in Casper on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaw Baseball on mylocalradio.com.
At Trona Valley Federal Credit Union, we know our members by name and we love working with them face-to-face. But did you know that members can also handle almost all banking online? Everything from managing your accounts and paying bills to applying for all types of loans. It's simple and we're happy to help you get started. Join Trona Valley Federal Credit Union today. We're a caring partner dedicated to your financial success. TronaValley.com, member NCUA.
America keeps moving, and Auto Farm Chevrolet is here to help you keep rolling. Whether you need a brand new vehicle or service on one you already own, Auto Farm Chevrolet is here to lend a helping hand. Our certified mechanics are knowledgeable, and our sales team takes the time to get to know you and what your needs are. Stop in today, Auto Farm Chevrolet, 624 Front Street, Evanston. Evanston's community-driven dealer.
Time flies, especially when you're having fun. This is Jeremy Rex, manager at T-Bar-S in Evanston. It's hard to believe that we've been here almost a year with our new management team and staff. Did you know that you can have your vehicle detailed, your windshield replaced, chip repair done, or get your trailer refinished or rewired at T-Bar-S? Of course, we are a full-service collision repair shop, too. You can even change your oil and your brakes. Visit T-Bar-S today. Let T-Bar fix your car. 515 County Road, Evanston.
Do not pay any attention to the 8-0 final score. It's time for your Jimmy John's Freaky Fast Recap, brought to you by Jimmy John's on 113 Front Street in Evanston. Yes, it ended in 8-0. Yes, it ended in the 5th inning. But going into that bottom of the 5th, it was a 1-0 game. Jagger Mitchell keeping up stride with Brody Richardson. And that one run came in the bottom of the 1st. Very, very close game for the Evanston Outlaws and the Gillette Rough Riders, as Gillette didn't get going until the very, very last moment, getting 7 runs in the bottom of the 5th. Jagger Mitchell goes 4 innings pitched and collects 8 strikeouts and only allowing 2 hits. Evanston definitely showed that they could compete with Gillette. And, of course, the big story of this game, Gillette batting out of order in the bottom of the 1st. While that run was scored, it's immaterial now as Gillette poured on the gas to the fire in the bottom of the 5th. But it is, in my mind, going to be known as the game where that happened. Jagger Mitchell, though, with a great performance, showing that he is one of the top pitchers for this Outlaw staff, which is fairly deep. Quinn Elmer showing he's one of the most athletic outfielders in the west side of the state. But the final score is 8-0 Gillette on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. We want to invite you to tune in to mylocalradio.com and KNYN 99.1 FM tomorrow night when the Evanston Outlaws open up Ross Kesterson Stadium in Evanston as they'll host the Green River Knights. Myself and Will Kishbaugh will have the call. We start at 5:30 with opening pitch and a pregame at 5:15 p.m. Thank you so much and take care.
This broadcast has been a wholly owned production of mylocalradio.com and Cook Brothers Broadcasting, no portion of which may be used or rebroadcast without the express written consent of Old West Media Incorporated. Special thanks to executive producer Val Cook, office manager Kayleen Anderson, sales manager Julie Burley, and production assistant Alyssa McDaniel. And a big thank you to our fine sponsors. Thank you for tuning in to the First Bank of Wyoming broadcast. For archive games, talk shows, and interviews, visit mylocalradio.com. Like and follow My Local Radio Sports on Facebook and Twitter to stay up to date with all things local athletics.